you didn't buy those yourself.
Hey, whereabouts in Europe?
These are 105 cents.
Are they? They're very cool. Alright. Hey, everything you do now would anyway. Yeah. That's the reason you guys did all the stuff you did on training. But you'd already
How did you go?
in the countries you said you did.
Oh, quick.
Oh, it's like next level.
It's a nightmare, eh? It's a total nightmare. We've been really fortunate. We sold
We
out.
ended up having a ball.
Moved out. And we're just like, we're just nothing. It'd be one thing, like, we'd be really busy with work. Traveling down the south,
Yeah.
down the South Island. And like, close to the end, we've been really good. We're just like,
Oh,
just been,
but you just like mental.
all like, I'd rather be like that.
Yeah. You guys got everyone you need, sorry? You got everyone?
Like advice like that.
Then twiddling your thumbs.
Ready to go? See ya?
Hey guys, is everyone ready to go?
Yeah.
It's 8 o'clock. Let's get the party started.
Before we go live, hi team,
Hi. Paul,
nice to see you.
you too.
How are you, Kate?
How are you going?
Right,
Yeah, we had a we just keep sending files to. What do you want? You guys put the other interviews up? Yeah, so are we. We knew you were in the area because one of our old clients was on your list. I love it.
That's quiet, isn't it?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first day of Iris Award judging, proudly sponsored by Canon. We are judging the landscape category here today. That is, oh, hold on, we need to play a video. No, go.
Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just watch.
Okay, and we're going to be judging the creative landscape category, which is sponsored by Splendid Photo.
Kia ora, I'm Sean from Splendid Photo. We're very proud to sponsor the Creative Landscape category in the 2026 Iris Awards. We were asked if we want to do a little promo video about our brand, but I just thought I'd show you 20 seconds of my family's farm back here in Samoa, where I happen to be today. If you want to know anything more about our family farm in Samoa or Splendid Photo, come find me at the trade show. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Splendid Photo. Now, my name's Paul Daly. I'm your panel chair for the day, and we've got Jared Emery beside me. He's capably assisting, and what we're going to do next is the run-through. I am going to do the category description, but it's quite long, so I'll do that while the judges are just doing their exclusions, etc. So if we can have a run-through for the judges and everybody online to see what's coming. Okay, so that was the run through of the category. While we just get any exclusions from the judges, I'll just read through the category description, which is quite long. So, the creative landscape category celebrates creative, interpretive, metaphorical, and or abstract landscapes encompassing both traditional and interpretive styles. This category encourages photographers to explore imaginative, experimental, and artistic approaches to landscape photography, going beyond the boundaries of conventional landscape representation. The intent of the category is to showcase landscapes that push creative boundaries, allowing photographers to experiment with techniques. The focus is on landscapes that evoke tell a story, and offer a fresh perspective, encouraging bold and initiative interpretations of the landscape genre. Creative creative and abstract landscapes. The entries must be landscape photographs that are creative, abstract, or interpretive. The category allows for both traditional and interpretive approaches, which a focus on artistic expression and creative vision. This category includes traditional, abstract, interpretive, metaphorical landscapes, such as, but not limited to, natural, rural, urban, man-made, seascape, cityscape, bodyscapes, indoor landscapes. Landscapes may be grand, such as wide vistas, or intimate, as small landscape details. While creative freedom is encouraged, entries should still remain a connection to the real, interpretive, or metaphorical landscape, even if abstracted or reinterpreted. The image must not be digitally manipulated to the extent that it no longer resembles or represents a landscape scene. This is a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI generated elements are used. So, anything goes pretty much. All right, so as we saw from the run through there's a lot of interesting images. So we are just going to assemble our first judges for this category. And can we have, please, Mike? Well, I'll give full names. Mike? You're up, please. Thank you. Simone Jackson, Kay Davis, Glenn Howie, and Charlotte Reeves. The judges can log in, and also just be careful of those mics, judges. They're fairly touchy with static, etc. Okay, we've got some great print handlers out the back, Emily, Maya and Bronwyn, and they're going to be helping us in this first part. Our judges all ready to go? I can't see right down the other end. Who's down? Who's down the other end?
And Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Okay. I'm going to need to see those hands right out when I get to exclusion, guys, because I can't see right at the far end.
Yeah, Charlotte,
Okay.
you're going to have to really do that.
Yeah. Right, okay, so print handlers, are we ready? Cool. Okay, can we have the first print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And so, can we have a comment from somebody? Charlotte, would you like to just comment for the photographer?
Okay, so congratulations on your silver award. I think this is a really great exploration into basically nature versus things that are created by humans, and how nature tends to bend, whereas human things tend to break under pressure. And the way they're leaning together just kind of shows that cohesion, but also the juxtaposition between the two. I think to take this further, I would probably like to see a little more texture in the background. But other than that, I think it's a really lovely exploration into this theme.
Okay, thanks, Charlotte. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And Kay, you'd like to challenge this?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
What I'm enjoying about this image is the cool and the warmth and the contrast between the two, and it emulates through from the foreground right through into the sky. You can see that transition, and to me, it's just a feeling that you get from a lot of environments you go and walk into, and I'm really also enjoying the detail within the landscape. Beautiful sharpness that's in there. So I put this 83 on silver.
Okay, Glenn, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, my initial score was down there on 67. The reason I marked it so low is I just felt the colour was very artificial, and that artificial nature didn't add anything to the print. It felt very lively. That blue is a little electric to me, a little unnatural. And all of that detail that I think, Kay, that you really liked, I felt was quite artificial. But I hear what you said there, Kay, about the nice combination of warm and cold.
Simon, any thoughts from the middle ground?
Yeah, I had this at 76, like a really nice solid bronze. I'm a little bit like Glenn, but at the same time, the crunchiness in the foreground, I'm actually starting to enjoy more and more. But yeah, I think the magenta areas and the blues of those trees really pulled me back a little bit.
Okay, Kay, back to you.
This is an interpretive category, so emphasising that differentiation between the cool and the warmth and the landscape is, to me, what the image is actually about, and that's the strength of the image, and so that's where I put it into silver as an award. Yeah, so I'd really encourage you to have another look and come up.
Okay, judges, can we please rescore? $77, bronze award. Thank you, judges, for your conversation. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a silver award at 82. Mike, you'd like to challenge? Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I gave this 86. I think this is a superior treatment, and composition is absolutely exquisite in terms of you find the boat, even though the boat isn't the main part of the picture. It's what you're left to explore, and you stay in the picture, finding things, finding shapes, textures. It's sublime in terms of what it's offering, but it's subtle at the same time. I think it's just a superior piece of communication.
Kay, you're down the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I've put this in a bronze because I felt with the interpretation of in terms of the narrative of what we're seeing in nature versus man-made things and how nature always wins type thing. I felt there wasn't that grittiness that I wanted to see within the image to actually really emphasize that aspect. So that's why I've put it in the bronze. But I'm listening.
Okay, Charlotte, from the middle ground?
Yeah, I was at 82, and I really enjoyed this image. I especially like the movement from the top left to the bottom right, and the lines, the really bright lines in there really take you around the image, and you sort of do end up, really observing that boat and how it's, how it's sunk and how it appears and how it's different from the surroundings. I think for me, I would actually come up on this one. I'm going to come up on this one. Yep.
Okay, Mike, back to you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Kay, and Charlotte, thanks for the support, but I think what's happening here is the subtlety of the tone, the shift of tone from the dark left to the slightly brighter area around the boat, and then all the squiggles taking your eyes to the subject. I just think it's a very strong communication. It's intelligently done and successfully printed. I think the print quality of this is out there.
Okay, thank you, judges. Can we please rescore? Ooh, he's done it. 85, silver distinction. Okay, good talking, people. All right. Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 81, which is a silver award. All right, can we have a comment for the photographer? Pretty close scoring there. Simone, yeah?
Congratulations on your silver. It's absolutely stunning. Just a day in the life of this farm landscape. It's just stunning. I feel that the middle image is very, very strong. So strong it could almost be on its own. But the triptych's done also very well. I can't really think of anything too much to improve it, apart from just that middle image is just very amazing. Yeah, well done. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Simone. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Ooh. And Simone, yes, you can, yep, you can challenge that.
I've put this at 86, a really solid silver distinction. It really gives me a feeling of, with this landscape and all those beautiful, delicate pulling in and pulling out of those whites, driving up, and it just shows how landscapes change. The delicate nature of the printing is just beautiful, just that very slightly textured, and you can actually even see those pencil-like textures even coming into the whites of down lower as well. I feel this is definitely going into the silver distinction range.
Charlotte, you are down the other end of scale for scoring. Charlotte, yep.
Okay, I put this one at 77. I do really enjoy all the little details and the sharpness and definition of the landscape. However, what made me take it down a little bit further is the inner border. I find kind of takes me out of that really exact kind of really highly defined feel of it. It's quite grungy, and it doesn't quite seem to fit in with the style of like the rest of the image. So I'm definitely listening, but that was what made me not quite come up any higher on this one.
A word from the middle ground, you're all on the same numbers. Yep, Kay.
Yeah, I've put this in the silver because I think it is a very creative image. And like Charlotte, I felt that the border just isn't cohesive with what I'm seeing within the centre of the image. So, yeah.
Okay, Simone, back to you.
Thank you, judges. The inner border for me works rather well for the point that it's bringing in an introduction into the next weather pattern that's going to happen, how things change. It's actually melding and it's taking us to the outer edges to look, and then our eyes roam around and then come back to those beautiful textures as well. So I feel that it's giving us a sense of time and place, almost like an old newsprint that's laid down like that, and I feel it's adding to it, to be honest. So yeah, I'd really encourage you all to come up to even just a low silver distinction, like an 85 would be absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. You have to put in what you put in. Hold on. Okay, we've crept up to 83. Silver award. Every point counts. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? We've got a score of 75, bronze award. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Mike?
I think the composition of this is great. It could be improved just by reducing the saturation, which I think is distracting. So just be a little bit more subtle with your movements.
Okay, bit of nodding from the other judges there too. So thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver with distinction. Okay, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, go, Glenn.
Look, congratulations. That's a fantastic shot. I gave it in 88 because I thought it was just right up there with the colour combination, that colour palette, the warm versus the cold, really engaging. And we all stood up there for a long time looking at it because there was a lot to absorb. It's complex but very rewarding. Well done.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a little judge change just to keep everybody fresh. Okay. So Mike, you can take a break, please. And Simon, you take a break. And so Tony, can we, Carter, can we have you, please? And Janine. Okay, we all good to go? Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver with a distinction. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, yep.
Really enjoying this image. The tones in there are beautiful, right foreground to background. You can see all of the wonderful, almost pulling out wonderful creatures in the rocks and things like that. And what actually put me right in silver distinction there was I really enjoyed the paper choice that the photographers used in the printing, because you almost look at the ripples of the water as you're seeing the image. I can't suggest anything to improve it, but a beautiful image.
Okay, thank you, Kay. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're going to award a score, of 78, which is a bronze award. Tony, yep.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I find this a serious piece of art, really, and the deliberate use of the reds and that strength in the front for a colour that is very overpowering. I think the other minimal tones and colours sort of get pulled off, and that red in the foreground really should be really overpowering, but it's just been handled in such a beautiful way that you can see the masterful handling of this and finishing of this print is exquisite. And you know, such a busy scene being deliberately knocked back and simplified and presented in a beautiful way. So I gave it a silver at 82.
Okay, thoughts from the other end?
Yeah, I put this just out of bronze. I felt I really enjoyed what you enjoyed of that, Tony, in terms of the colours and the movement that's in there through the multiple exposures. What kept it out of an award for me was the whiteness at the top was just, it just takes my eye out of the frame. If they'd maybe cropped it down just so that focuses on all that beautiful texture in the bottom, I think I'd put it in an award, but I'm if you can explain that, I could bring my score up.
Janine?
Tony, I was actually really in support of this print on 81. I would have actually gone higher, but I just saw at the very top of the print it's actually slipped down in the mat a little, and it's such a shame, but this is a print competition, and so that sort of held me at that score, but I certainly observed all the things that you did.
Okay, Tony, I think it's back to you.
I mean, I think this is well deserving of a silver. And, you know, the strength of it, besides the colour, which I've already talked too much about, but all the beautiful lines that sort of run through this image. So you've got, you know, your horizontal through the middle, and then those vertical lines at the bottom in the red, and then behind. You know, yesterday at the briefing, we were told to not worry about things if there's a fault with something moving or something like that. Just judge what's in front of you, and I think this is, you know, it is a shame that that's happened, but I think try to take that part away from it. You know, this will just be a digital file at the end of the day, and we should appreciate its beauty, and if you could come up to silver, I think it's where it deserves to be. Thank you.
Okay, judges, can we please rejudge? Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges, for the conversation. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. Okay, can we have a comment? Yeah, Glenn, go for it.
I'm really glad I got to judge this. It's quite rewarding when you get up there. It's got a lovely soft colour palette to it. You should be really proud of the simplicity and elegance you've brought to it. On that note, there's a couple of really minor distractions in there that you could have got rid of in this category. And I think on the right-hand side, having cropped that tree right down the middle just bugs me. and takes away from the elegant simplicity that is the rest of the image.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 88, which is silver with distinction. But you are the highest, yes. Go. So, Tony?
Yeah, I'm
like
on
to challenge?
93. You know, the power of this image, the soft, quiet beauty, the mystical nature, the fine lines, the composition, the beautiful printing, how it sits in that matte, how that matte colour and that paper choice is perfectly in harmony. The highlights along that ramp on the left matching, you know, you could say they're burnt out, but it is replicated with the light and the sky above it. The solid base of this image, but everything is just soft and beautiful and masterfully handled. In this category, you can do whatever you want, and whoever's done this has done a fantastic job and totally understands what they're about. That lone figure, and then one, you know, at the forefront there, compositionally holding it together with the fine line of the building in the background, the movement in the water, the whole ethereal nature of this image. Gold all day.
Janine, the other end of scale.
Yeah, so I gave this image 83, and I definitely was drawn to the ethereal nature of it. The thing I suppose, Tony, that I'm really trying to get my head around, and I would possibly be an easy talk up on this one, was the sort of the harshness of the person on the ramp on the left, and whether that was juxtaposition or whether it was just too jarring for me, and that's just what held me down. But I was certainly connecting with this image and enjoying that sort of contrast between soft and hard. But I just was a little uncomfortable with that harsh sort of area of lighting on the left.
Thoughts from Kay?
Janine, that's actually what's put me straight into gold. I think I really enjoyed that
Score, please.
transition between that really the detail that you're seeing in that left-hand foreground, and the softness that's in the background. It's just beautiful. The tonality is just sublime. I'm even looking, I can move my score, and I'm possibly even looking at going higher.
You're on your score?
It's just it's perfection to me. So yeah, and it's got a lot of emotion with that softness and the movement and the water and things like that. And the photographer has really, I guess, crafted the image to blend that transition between the two exquisitely. So yeah.
Kay, your score?
Sorry, I scored at 92.
Okay, thank you. Tony, back to you.
giving Glenn the evils there.
Okay, if you've got something new to say, yep, go.
It was just on the harshness of that human being. I actually enjoyed the fact that that's where it took us. And then the more I looked around that image, the more I drifted away from that. That was the rewarding component. So I'm giving myself, I was on 88, the chicken shit award, and I'll go up.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so, I think for me the bright ramp, to me it feels deliberate, and the photographer has chosen to leave it like that, so I respect that, but I don't find it problematic. And it's out of the norm, but this category is out of the norm. But I think you can just see that this is very masterfully handled. You know, the composition's perfect. And I'm on 93, and like Kay said, it just come up as high as you can. I think it's deserving, and even gold with distinction would be a good score for this.
Okay, thank you, judges. Can we please rescore? $92, gold award. Okay, thank you, judges, for those constructive comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74. Janine? Yep, you can challenge. Sure.
So I gave this image 78, a bronze award. And what I was doing was really rewarding the photographer for bringing us a regular gully that we see plenty of in my area of the world, but actually making it a hero by using the oval crop, the really dramatic colours, and sort of giving it that epic kind of feel, even though it is a landscape that we would whiz past in our car. They've actually really thought this through to bring this to us. So I'd be really interested to hear the perspectives of other judges.
Okay, from the other end of scoring?
Yeah, I've scored it in the out of award range. I really enjoyed the light that the photographers captured in that gully. I think it's really beautiful. But what for me has held it back from an award is I feel that it's possibly been overworked because the file is almost breaking up. There's loss of detail and a lot of the information that I'm looking at. And I do wonder whether the sky, in terms of the way they've interpreted the sky, with the similar colours to what's in the foreground, are competing a little bit with that beautiful foreground.
Tony, any thoughts from the middle ground?
Yeah, so I'm on bronze at 75, so I think you can see that this has been handled very well, and that the thought patterns that have gone into making it that sort of oval shape and the coloration of the image, you know, works very well. So bronze is probably where it sits for me at 75.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Yeah, I think just to wrap it up, I did see that there had been quite a lot of work go into this file. but I think it didn't necessarily detract enough for me to take it out of award range. And I felt like that sky was an artistic impression, artistic interpretation by the photographer that actually really added to the story, to present to us, once again, an fairly ordinary, probably New Zealand landscape, to make us look again and really appreciate what is happening around us. So I would really like judges to consider just popping up into a bronze, please.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 75, bronze award. Okay, nice comments there for the photographer. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a judge change. Okay, so Charlotte, you can take a break. And Tony Stewart, can you come in, please? And Kay, you can take a break. And Rachel, can you come in, please? Okay, we all good to go? Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we'll go a score of 80, silver award. Okay, can we have a comment for the one of you two, pointing at each other? Yep.
Absolutely adored the colour palette. I like the balance between the warm and the cold, of course, and think if it would have been just a smidgen more on the right-hand side so that circle was complete of the outer ice, that would have lifted it up to the next level for me. But great result.
Okay, thanks, Glenn, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Yeah, Janine? Yep, like to challenge it?
Yeah, so I scored this image 80. I felt quite comfortable with putting it in the silver range because I felt that initially, on first impression, it is quite, in a way, a simple image, and I saw sort of like brush strokes and fur in a landscape with little flicks, and then, but as I had a closer look, I was really rewarded, and I think the choice of media for this image is really strong, and it's absolutely correct. And I really love those beautiful teal blues in the background. I could see this being, as a large format print, being quite stunning. So I'm really interested to find out the impressions of other judges on this fairly abstract landscape.
Glenn?
Yeah, I was down the bottom there. I was on 68. I got really lost in the image. I wanted to find something that was rewarding. I wanted to celebrate or visually get something that gave me that reward, and I just couldn't find it. I kept looking and just couldn't find it. So the busyness overwhelmed me. And although the colour palette, I like the steely blues that get lost in there, the lighter tones are quite harsh against it. So on a post-production level, I didn't enjoy it as well. Yeah, so it just didn't give me any rewards.
Rachel?
I scored the 77 in bronze, and I'm rewarding the study of texture and tone and colour, but I'm struggling with the landscape element, Janine, so if you can help me with that, I can come up.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Thank you, judges. I think for me, I wasn't necessarily looking at this as a landscape, and I got completely lost in it, which I think might be the actual point. It's to allow our eye to dance around the image in a really random way rather than being led by collar and leash, and actually find our own way with it. I think the light tones in the way that they are quite light, that has to happen to really bring forward the texture and those wispy sort of almost like hair. So I feel that it is really abstract for a landscape. That doesn't worry me. I think it's an exercise in exploration rather than being told what to look at.
Okay, thank you, judges. Can we rescore, please? $76, bronze award. Okay, thank you for that. As we said, every point counts. Okay, so we can do this now? No. Can we have a next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is currently a bronze award. Were you telling? Yep, okay. Put that hand up there. Okay, go.
Right, I'm having a busy time of it here. I guess I awarded this image 81, so we're sitting on the cusp here, so this image definitely should be rewarded with a conversation. So I really enjoyed the actual design of this diptych. So we've got the birds arriving on the left-hand side, and then probably the more important frame, where the tree is bigger because it is more important, is the birds are leaving, but there's still some sitting in the tree. It's certainly bringing a story of their home and how they use it, and I thought it was very, very well observed and very well designed. So yeah, thoughts please.
Rachel, from the other end.
We must be pretty tight. I scored the 77 Bronze Award. Probably for the same reasons that Janine has scored it in the silver. For me, the birds are departing the tree on the left and flying into it on the right, which is sort of backwards to how my brain is computing the story. And I'm struggling with the tree being bigger on the right, but I'm listening. I'd love to hear what others say.
Tony, you're at the other end of scoring. Oh, sorry.
Look, I'll swing in to support that silver at 82. That it's a very simple concept with just the birds and the flock and the trees. But I saw this almost like a dandelion. When you blow on it, it blows these birds off to the side. It's actually quite a clever sort of reference in nature in the landscape. The birds are coming into the heavy part of the tree, but almost being released by the mouth of the sort of the open stuff. I think it's just very simple but clever.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Thank you, Tony. I'm loving that dandelion call. That's I think that's the sort of thing that was going around in my head and just needed to be explained to me. So I'm hoping other judges will consider that. And the flying into the tree, as opposed to leaving, I must admit I didn't see that, but it adds a sort of tension to it that I am enjoying. And the largeness of the tree on the right, I think that is simply because that is the more important part of the story. So, yeah, please feel free to come up and join me on silver.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, done it. 80, silver award. Okay. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please, from somebody? Yep, Glenn.
Really like the placement of that blue. Lovely answer. I believe it's in the Gutianum. God, I hope I'm right. But you've really composed this elegantly. You've given your eye somewhere to go. My initial thoughts was to go higher, but I just wanted a little bit more space on the right-hand side. It felt a little tight there. Everything else about it I loved.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. But Rachel, yes, you have to challenge.
I scored this 87, silver distinction. I'm really enjoying the subtlety of the two little sharp areas that just draw you into the scene. I'm not too sure the technique that they've used, if it's a traditional photographic method or a pinhole or something interesting like that. But I just think the more I sit with it, the more interesting it is. It's beautifully printed. The tonal range is really nicely handled. And yeah, it's really enjoying it as a landscape artwork.
Tony Stewart, you're down the other end of scoring.
72 out of the award range for me. Look, I love the concept, and I think the concept behind this, which is the mood, is to be commended. The execution, I'm left wondering just where my eye was resting. Yes, it's about the rain and the inclements, but I just don't know if that's coming through photographically to be as strong, to think it's as rich as it could be. A little bit of clumping, I think, in some of the lower areas, but I do think the paper choice is interesting.
Glenn, right on the average there?
Yeah, look, I liked the endeavour that this photographer's brought to the image. I think the lo-fi quality to it is really good, but my problems were that I just couldn't find anywhere for the eye to rest that I enjoyed. It jumped around from spot to spot, and none of those spots were particularly rewarding or gave me an answer to what I was looking for or looking at. So yeah, just that lack of an area to go to. If there was just one area, I would have deemed that's the essence of it, but I just keep jumping all over the show.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Glenn, you love the journey. You don't need to go one place. You want to go everywhere. Come on. I think this does take us on a journey, and I love that Tony's used the word mood, because it has a clear mood. The inclemency or whatever the weather conditions are, maybe you forgot your raincoat that day, the rain's in your eyes, and that's why you only see those two little sharp places to land. I think it's a really rewarding image, and I'm glad that we got to talk about it. And if you can join me in a higher score, that would be great. I'm on 87, silver distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Rachel, I think you need to put your score in again, please. Okay, you've brought it up to 78, bronze award. Okay, thank you for the conversations. And are we going to do this? Yeah, we're going to do a blank screen, please. So we're just going to do another judge change. So Janine, you can take a break. And Tanya, can you come in, please? And Rachel, if you take a break. And Francis, if you come in. Okay, we're all logged in, good to go. Not quite. Just about. Technical issues, logging in. Yep, good to go. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score currently of 88, which is a silver with distinction. And we got Tony, you're actually... No, you don't. Okay, yep, you can take it, Glenn.
Look, I'm up at 92 there, and I really want to drag this into gold. I adore the colour palette. I love the way it bleeds from those warm copper tones, from those warm neutral tones into the copper at the bottom. There's something to do with bloodlines in there that I'm really enjoying. The fact that the photographers had the courage to minimise the road at the bottom and make it barely a feature and emphasise the largeness of that, the scale of that landscape above it, I think is just classy. When it comes to the nuances of the way it's been printed and finished, I think that is of an exceptional level. It's got to be gold in my mind.
Okay, Tanya, you're at the other end of scoring?
I was on 85, but I think that I was really harsh on that. There's nothing not to love about this image. You're really drawn in and intrigued by the image. You want to follow every track and see what you find. And when you are looking for the finer details, you're not left wanting. So yes, I didn't score it high enough. Thank you.
Tony Stewart.
I'm actually quite pleased, Glenn, that you've been brave enough, because my score of 86, in addition to what you've said, I've enjoyed. I think there's an exercise in depth, and we're not too sure here whether we're looking at this as a linear image, if it's vertical, horizontal. I think there's a little bit of confusion, but that is the depth of this image, is the fact that we don't really know, and you can actually read it multiple ways, which I think is very, very clever. And it's a location that's on my radar. I'm very envious.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 93, so a point higher than Glenn, but now I can go more points higher than Glenn, which is what Glenn's asked for, and I'm sure he's going to do that again in a minute. But you know, the print quality here is phenomenal and superb, and you sort of look at the top of that image and think, oh, that's quite busy, but the strength is how it just sort of explodes out through the top, and just all those little fine details that your eye bounces around and goes into every little nook and cranny of this image. Print quality, superb. I think it's worthy of a gold with distinction, and I'll be going to 96.
Any other thoughts? Glenn, back to you.
I love it when the only comments are positive ones. No one has said something negative, and we were all pretty high to start with, but perhaps it's just a ratio thing. We are talking heavy. I'm hamstrung at a mere 92, but don't let that stop you. You can go a whole lot higher.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 95. So gold with the distinction. Okay, nice conversation. Sure, the photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, take a breath. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Somebody down the line there. Yeah, Glenn. Okay.
Yeah, really like the balance you've got here where that cross sits and then everything else that balances it on the left-hand side. I think it's a really challenging image, and I gave it an 88 out of interest. I thought it was just, it was quirky, it was unique. It felt a little bit dirty and heavy in the print, but then I realised that's part of its beauty.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Glenn. Can we have the next print, please? Next print, please. We have a score of 71. And can we get a... Yep, Tony's right down the end there.
Look, good job for looking out for the everyday and the ordinary, which I think is a skill in itself, and certainly going for the time of day. One of the biggest things I think to improve on this shot here would be your control of vignetting and burning, which is fairly heavy-handed, particularly see on the edges, but in the sky.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Tony. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. So Francis, you'd like to challenge that? Yep.
Yes, I put that in the just in the silver range for its uniqueness. It's something I haven't seen before. I found it very intriguing, interesting to look at. It's like little branches, little roots from this tree going everywhere, like little spiders. And I feel like I can see beyond what's going on. Also, I found the technique really interesting. It reminds me, in one way, it reminds me of like a watercolor where you just use a lot of water and all the colors that spread over the paper. But it also reminds me a little bit of craft, maybe crochet or knitting, where you put all the patterns together to create a whole image. So have another look. I think it's a very unique, special piece. It's beautifully printed and presented. Have another look at it and see if you can come up a few points.
Your score, Francis?
My score was 81.
Okay, thank you. Tony, Carter?
I scored at 73, so just out of the awards range. I'll come up into bronze. I sort of find the high key nature of it sort of quite strong and overpowering, and the beautiful texture of the branches sort of gets lost to me in the base of the tree. So it's sort of not really holding it all together for me to come up into a higher range, but I will be going to bronze.
Thoughts from the middle, Tony Stewart? Yeah.
Graphically, it's very strong, and I think the texture is certainly very rich and is why I gave it 76. The technique's a little bit hard to read, so I'm a little bit uncertain about giving that credit just with the limited time we have to try and understand it.
Okay, Francis, back to you.
Yes, thank you for that. I do see it's hard to understand, and that's what I found interesting about it. We have a tree in Australia, it's called the scribbly gum. I don't know if you have that here in New Zealand, but if you have a close look at this tree, the tree bark gets eaten up by little insects, and it causes all these patterns, and I do tend to study that a lot because it's really, really fascinating. Looking at the texture of the little details in the tree bark here, it really reminds me there's something going on. It nearly looks like the darkest spot are lifted off the bark of that tree, that little insects, little creatures go in and have a bit of their part. So I just think the narrative is really strong, but also the tonal range is beautiful. I do enjoy that very light background because it pops off the background for us. So I think it definitely deserves a silver range, not a silver distinction, but a low silver range for this uniqueness of this image.
Okay, can we rescore, please, judges? Francis, you need to put your score back in. Okay, 77, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for the comments, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. Okay, can we have a comment for the photographer from somebody along the panel there? Yeah, Glenn.
Great colour palette. Just watch the heaviness of that sky. It looks a little artificially burnt in. I love the three figures that I discovered, but the one on the far right is a little close to the edge, but there's something wonderful in there with a bit of reworking.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 81, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? From I'm going to just pick on somebody. Tony Stewart.
Look, it's a magic spot, and I think you've done a really brilliant job to have the spot colour amongst the stark white of the snow, and really emphasising the texture and that sort of the harshness of Mother Nature and the human element being so small. So a really clever capture. I hope you got a drone permit, or you've been very clever on a helicopter.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Tony. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 82, silver award. However, you've got no choice, Tony. Yep.
Yeah, I'm on 92 here. My initial thoughts was, oh geez, that background's really dark. But then I looked at the foreground and I looked and the way your eye can sort of go through all of those people, and you get a feel of this place through those highlights and the exposure, and however that's done with all the little shadowy people and the shapes of them. And so your eye sort of dances around those people and through those beautiful browny sort of tones drifting through to the background. But you're pulled right back into where you should be looking, and it sort of feels to me very fine arty. You know, the strength of the images is that white band running through the bottom, and the darker tones at the top, keeping you down, and the base of the image with that slightly lighter feel sort of pulls you into all of those people dancing in the surf. And I think it's been masterfully handled. It sits beautifully in that mat, and for me, it's gold for those reasons.
Tanya.
Ooh, so I was sitting on 74. So what we see through the centre is really wonderful to explore, and then the person with the hands up in the centre is a nice landing point. It was just the darkness on the top and the bottom that I did find was that I was struggling with, and the parasail in the top right just feels like a distraction. So yeah, it was just technique that I felt that let it down.
Frances, thoughts from the middle?
Yes, I actually quite like that dark background. I don't mind that at all. I struggled more with the foreground that is equally as dark, so it's kind of too restrictive for me to look into the images. I'm just a little, I put it into silver, so 82, because of his uniqueness, and just have a chat about it, because I still look for the exact narrative. So if you couldn't please, Tony, tell me a little bit more about the narrative, that would be fantastic.
Okay, Tony, might be back to you.
I guess it's with the background, it's whether you believe it's a deliberate choice to do that, and I think it is. You can still see enough detail in there if you want to go searching, but it's all about that high key nature of the water play at the front with the people. You know, I don't believe that in this category that I need to tell you a narrative. You can look at it yourself and figure that out, what you see it as. But I look at the dance and the interplay of the people. And when you sort of squint down like what you'd be doing if you're having some light ripping through a scene like this, you'll be seeing exactly how this is. It's like knocking the iris down itself, and everything else goes dark, and then gives you that dreamy nature of the people in the water. And I think that's the strength of the image, as well as the little lines leading, those little ripples leading into the people. So, maybe you're not going to come up to gold, but I'd like you to come up and as high as you can come anyway. Thank you.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. '84 silver award. Okay, thank you for the conversation, judges. And we're going to do a small. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? Glenn, you've been there for a while today, so take a break. And Mike, if you can come in, please. Can we have next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Yep, Tony.
Look,
get up there.
Yeah, I put 87 silver distinction
Right.
for the fact that we're having a landscape here that's giving us an absolute sense of mystery. We don't know where this is, but there's an abandonment, there's a ruin, whether it's war, whether it's neglect. But we're also looking at this from the colour palette and the succession of doors, where you've got the very final piece mirrored with the front colour palette. I think graphically it's very strong, but also the fact that there's a unknown element to this here, almost sort of going into your sort of psyche, into your inner journey through these doors. There's the door after door after door. I think it's a little bit more intriguing than just a basic photograph.
Sorry, did you say your score?
I believe I did, 87.
Okay, no, sorry, I just misheard. That's okay. All right, and down the other end, Mike.
Yeah, I gave the 76. Totally agree with everything you say, Tony, but I found it very flat. I'd like to see a bit more visual depth in here. No, I think it's the flatness that's stopped me going into that doorway and through the corridor. I go in and I get lost as opposed to finding things. So, it's purely the flatness of the printing.
Tanya? Thoughts? Yeah. Yep. Thoughts from the middle.
Yeah, I felt like as I explored through it, the lighty area just felt a little bit too light, and the tension at the bottom of the image for the crop just didn't balance with the top left-hand area of the piping. So, yeah. I scored it 78?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Look, tonally it's perhaps a little bit on the flatter side, but I think it makes up in texture. And if you see that in those elements in that top left, sort of the wires and stuff, and you can see the edge of the door frame, I think the textural richness makes up for the tonal flatness that you're perhaps seeing there. I think if I was to find this and I was exploring out and about on travels, there's a certain tension, and I think the tension you talked about was visual, but I think there's an emotional tension going. You think, what if I go through this door? Am I going to see a body? Am I going to see someone, drug addicts? There's something about this image that invokes a little bit deeper sort of stirring in your brain that you think, do I really want to go through these doors and what's going to open up behind them? So I love the fact there's a little bit of unspoken narrative. 87 for me, but you'll find it in your heart to go higher.
Okay, can we please rescore? 80, silver award. Okay, thank you for the conversation there, judges. I'm sure the photographer will be happy with that result. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 87, which is silver with distinction. However, we've got two of you. Yep, Tony's.
Yeah, I'm on 92. When you sit back here, you sort of look at that graphic, and I'm like, oh, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a whole lot of, wood. You think, oh, why have they put so many? And then you get up there, and then all these little faces start pulsing at you, and your eye just sort of dances around to them, and then you start wanting to see more, and the more you look, the more you see, and the fine details, but just those little faces that you can sort of make up these little stories in your own head about what you're seeing and what they're doing. So you can sort of really feel that you're inside the photographer's mind who's taken this. The creativity of seeing that, of presenting it in this nature, print quality superb, and I think it's something a little bit different, it's quirky, and I'm on 92 for those reasons.
Mike, at the other end of scoring, please.
Yeah, I gave this 82 for exactly those same reasons, because I really enjoy it. I think what didn't take me further was the composition, because all the, is it called pareidolia, the recognition of faces within non-people substances? I think that works really well, but the overall composition doesn't sort of lead me to anywhere that holds my attention, and I keep going from one area to another area without resolving the graphics of it. So it's the overall graphic shape that's not strong enough for me.
Tony Stewart, you're in gold.
Look, I was 91, and I love the fact you're seeing faces. I know that's quite interesting when Gerard's just seeing breasts, but there's something in there for everybody, isn't it? And the word that you used, Mike, was it pareidolia? Pareidolia, and that came up in our judges training with Rachel Roberts, and it was a new word for me where you look for patterns amongst things, and I think that has got to be one of the sort of things that make us human, where we kind of see things that aren't actually there, but I see in there's pigs, there's dogs, there's sloths, there's all sorts of things. But the photographer has championed the ordinary. That's their decking or their house or their walls that everyone's got access to potentially in their own home, but you can make something out of it. And the fact you've presented it as a series, I think you're not looking for the biggest, the grandest given to you on a plate. This is the ordinary made extraordinary.
Any other thoughts? Okay, Tony, looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, so I guess the more I sit with it, I start to understand that the four across the top and the four across the bottom. The first image on the top left with the darker pieces of wood at the top of the frame, and then the last image on the bottom right where it's sort of dropped out. So all of these are very considered choices that, you know, the different sort of colorations of each piece of timber, now that Tony Stewart's brought up some other features that you can make it out of those images, that's even more interesting, and it's very true. But this image just keeps giving, and you know, this is done to a very high standard, and it'd be fantastic if we can get at least one more judge up into the gold to get that majority of 3, if not more.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Done it. 90. Gold award. Okay, thank you, judges, for that. And can we have the next print, please? Got a score of 83, silver award. Mike, yep, you'd like to challenge this?
Yeah, I gave this 86. I actually find the technique that's been applied here is absolutely perfect for the communication of the waves and the light. This is a study in moments and atmospheres, and it's certainly superior just to an 80. I find it takes me emotionally quite a bit further than a normal landscape or seascape. So I'd like to hear what you're thinking, because I'm thinking it's quite superior.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 78. I'll switch my numbers around, so it's 87. Because when I first saw this, it actually made me feel something about the landscape, and you know, I think that takes something to sort of move you in that sort of way straight away. When I went up, I sort of found there's a little bit of a colour shift going in the clouds, and that sort of maybe brought my score down, but way too much. So I'll be changing my score to 87, and thank you for challenging it, Mike.
Tony had his hand up first for the middle ground.
I was 82, silver. I love the iridescence that comes from the wave, and there's almost a 3D effect, which I think is very, very clever. I didn't go higher for the fact I just felt there's a little bit of imbalance between this of the right and the left side. But I definitely love the fact that you've picked up on the mood, Mike, and that's worthy of something at least.
Anything to add, Francis?
I agree with everything. Not much to add. I will come up. I can imagine that so well in a huge big print on a wall somewhere. It's very stunning, and I think it would be looking great in a gallery.
Okay.
I don't need a
Yep, sorry,
right to
back to you.
reply.
Yep. Okay, let's rescore. Mike, I think you have to hit enter or something.
I've tried, but it won't let me.
Just
It just keeps staying there.
You can't press that. You've got to press that.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we got a score of 86, silver distinction. Okay, great conversation there, judges. Thank you very much. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Francis, yep, you can go, yep.
Yes, we're nearly there. I think it belongs in the silver range. It is the color palette is absolutely divine. The presentation is wonderful. I love all the shapes and it really kind of sucks me in, that image, and I can see some shapes of the mountain in the background, a bit of desert in the foreground. I just think it's a fabulous piece of very creative landscape. And have another look. I think it definitely should go into silver range.
Mike, you're at the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I gave the 75. My eye keeps, in fact, I saw everything you saw and I like that, but my eye keeps going to the white patch in the center. And the center of the image is possibly the most unresolved part of the whole image. The top and the bottom is superb. The colors are superb. I did give it a bronze, but I am enjoying it and I'm listening.
Tony, Carter?
Yeah, I scored at 82, so I'm up there in silver. I think, you know, the colour harmony of this is very strong, and I think it's very deliberate, and just all those triangular shapes, and the way it sits in that mat beautifully and is presented to us. The reason I didn't go any higher was because of those the white patches. But I thought there was enough of a story and enough things of interest there to bring it up into silver. So I was happy for that.
Okay, Francis, back to you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, excellent. That's great. I think we're nearly there. It definitely needs to come into silver range. Now that light patch in the middle, and then on the left-hand side, the dark patch, there's actually figures in there. So I can see quite a bit of a narrative happening there. There is like a dragon face or a dog face, or it could be a crocodile face, just a big, scary open mouth. And then to the right, that white is a figure of a person. And I can, for me, the narrative is that there is a monster sitting in that mountain, not letting anyone come close over that very cold water in front of it. So I can see a whole story in this mountain and in the background as well. So it's hot. There might be fire there in the middle. There is cold around it. Don't approach me. Don't come too close. So I think beside the beautiful color pattern and the shapes and the texture and the beautiful printing, there is a narrative there too. So have another look and see what you can find, and come up with me in the silver range.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Francis, you just need to enter there. Thank you. Okay, 81, silver award. All right, thank you for all those comments there. And can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do a little bit of a change. Mike and Tony, Carter, just take a break. Rachel, if you can come in. And Simon, we're going to have you in for a very short period of time before you have to disappear. So give you a few minutes. Okay, we're all good to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Yes, Tony Stewart.
Look, I went 92, and I think we need to have a wee discussion here. This is an image that I've never seen. This is something that is presented to us that I think is extremely unique. Is it a security camera? Is it a small world? Is it a 360? You've got raindrops on the lens that's distorting it. For a category that we're judging, which is the interpretive use of landscape, we've got something that could be a children's book. It could be something that is an illustration. We've got a landscape full of little wee gems, and if you look at particularly where there's the balloon and the cross, and in the intersection in the very centre, there's a very clever union of two droplets. It almost looks like a little bit of a snake, but it's so sort of centralised that it's actually such a strong feature. Just have another look, and just I think you'll see more and more on this, and it's deserving of a lot more recognition than just a basic landscape.
Tanya, thoughts from the other end of scoring?
Yeah, I was on 78. I think the levels of the layering and depth of what we see in the image, it works really well. And the concept is really original. It was just the oval shapes over top that I was struggling with. So I'll keep my ears open to change my mind on that.
Simone, you're on the average there?
Yes, I scored this at 85, silver distinction. I'm kind of keen to come up to meet you there, Tony. I love the sense of fun. It's like this is an adult that's created this from his life or her life back into when they were kids, and just the popping, everything about it is actually quite unique, amazing. All those words for me are actually bringing myself up to gold.
Okay. Francis, something quickly?
Yes, I'm on 88. I'm nearly there, and I like we did had a chat about it. I found it very magic, very fairy tale. I do actually enjoy a lot the balance of the two clouds, one on the left, one on the right, and I think it's a very cleverly crafted, very creative landscape image.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
So we're asking for a goal for this here for a masterful execution of something that is novel, unique and original, which I think for the category for judges and landscape, this is certainly ticking all those boxes for me. In terms of the circular, well, you've got what I believe is sort of like a raindrop type effect looking through the lens, but that's mirrored with the circular nature of the mat. You've got the circular nature of the clouds. You know, the image harks back to childhood, and I love the fact you brought up on that, because this could be a kid's ball. You know, you've got the playful nature of childhood seen through adult eyes, as assumedly a photographer will be. I think it's, look at this as a ball, as a kid's ball, as a pattern on a ball, if nothing else, as a photo. There's lots of different ways to interpret this, and I love the fact that it's an illustrative view of a landscape. So please, this has to be gold.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. $91, Gold Award. Okay, great conversation there, judges. Thank you very much for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 83, which is a yep. Tony, you have the majority, well, slightly more.
88, and I just want to bring up one point that may just help the rest of the judges understand this a little bit clearer in case you've missed it. You've got a series of images here of man taking over nature and doing a really good job of managing to put the human impact on the landscape, but not one of these connect. So just have a look at these roads and bridges. We have taken over the landscape, made a mess of it, but we haven't connected it.
Tanya, you're at the other end of scoring. I don't want to rush you from looking at the photo.
I was on 78. When I went in to look through the theme, in addition to it of being an aerial of roads and, say, T-junctions, was just drawn to the centre left frame, and which was a bit lighter, and like I was looking for something to lay my eye on, and it didn't quite do it from there. From back here, it works really well overall as a pattern, a bit of a snakes and ladders kind of feel. But thank you for your, sharing of what you're seeing there.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'm happy to come up with you, Tony. I did get that disconnect that you commented on. I also really am enjoying the fact that as an entire piece, there's a sort of a tapestry or a sort of woven effect to it, even though none of those connections are being made. So I'm happy to come up.
Anything to add there, Simone? No.
I love this, and I'm actually gutted. I put this at 87. I'm really annoyed with myself, to be honest. I should have had more balls. There's 100 images in here. It's incredible, and it's almost like there's the human aspect and the natural aspect. It's like humans have tried, but they're not quite getting there at times as well, because of there's tried to be melding, and you can't do that. It's incredible, and yeah, full on silver distinction, guys, if you can. It's amazing.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
At one level, it's a photographic tapestry. It works, but stronger than that, there is an environmental message that the photographer has brought into their work, which I think is well deserved at silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 86, silver distinction. Right, and we need to do a little judge change because, Simone, you need to go. So... Come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, with a score of 85, silver distinction, but... Yep.
Look, I must have had something for breakfast because I gave this 91, and I was looking at this and thinking, how can I fault it? What am I going to do to score this that is going to change it from a lower score? And I was thinking, you've only got really three colours of hues in here. You've got the sort of the charcoals and the blacks, you've got sort of the whites, and then you've got the hint of blue coming through. It's an incredibly simple palette to work with, but it uses virtually a whole range of tones, extremely cleverly seen, but the interpretation with the people in the panels, each one of those is different. It's offering a little bit insight if this is an airport or a bus stop or something like this here. I find the graphical nature of this is extremely powerful. So like I'm just trying to see how we could not score it at any other level other than something that's offering a fairly close perfection in human photographic excellence.
Charlotte, you're at the other end of things.
So I'm sitting on 82 on this one, and I definitely agree with everything that you've mentioned there. I guess what was holding me back was in an image with such symmetry and perfection in the design of the image, I just felt that that bottom line, the white lines leading into the crossing lines leading into the image, it's just a little bit not straight. So it's just a little bit higher on the left-hand side. And I've seen that and I can't unsee it now. So I feel that like if that was perfectly straight, I would be right on up there. I'm definitely willing to come up. I also feel that the small figures in the window, I wish there was a little bit more definition in them. I wish they were a little bit more expressive so I could connect with them a little bit more. But they do seem very sort of anonymous and nondescript. But yeah, I'm definitely listening and will be willing to come up.
Rachel, thoughts from the middle?
I'm on 88, Tony, and I'm pleased you challenged it. I'm happy to come up with you. With the figures, for me, I'm really enjoying the fact that I feel like I'm being taken on a journey, and when I'm travelling, it's not uncommon for me to be disconnected with all of the other people there. I'm with a bunch of strangers, I'm doing my own thing, and I think it's communicating that really nicely, but also the figures, the strong human figure in there is adding to a landscape, and usually that can be quite a detracting factor, but I really enjoy the connection that it's giving us, so I'm happy to come up.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Look, I'm looking at this from the side with a pair of goggles, so maybe that's why the left-hand side is looking a bit wonky. The overall effect of this here, if you go travelling, I think the essence of people travelling and going to a bus stop, or airport, whatever this situation is, you kind of got all shapes and figures there. You've got big, small, you've got couples, you've got singles, sometimes it's blank. I think it's really described a landscape and a purpose very cleverly. Added to that, you've kind of got stepping onto the zebra crossing into almost an unknown. You don't know where you're travelling to in this landscape. That adds part of that narrative and that mystery to us. So I love the fact there's a homage to sort of unknown travel. I think it's a landscape picture that's very, very clever. I think the black and white and the graphics is again very unique and very powerful. And I think gold 91, if you two could find it, the essence of that, that would be brilliant.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Ooh, 89, silver distinction. Now, what that means is that we're in a review situation. So let me just push the right button here. And judges, we need either an 89 or a 90 out of you. Okay, wait. You should be able to do it now. 90, gold award. Okay, thank you very much for that, judges. And yeah. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 84, silver award. Oh, yep. No, sure, go for it. Charlotte.
So I'm sitting on 88 for this one, which is a silver distinction. I really enjoy the crispness of this image, the really white stark background, the really sharp edges. And it really reminds me of when you're at school and you're cutting out bits of paper to make other images and other shapes. And I think that's been done on such a high level with this. Even the toning, I mean, it looks like a canyon, even the toning with the darker tones towards the bottom. Something has been created out of nothing. And I really appreciate that level of creativity in this. Hoping you guys would like to come up and join me in the silver distinction range.
Okay, Francis, you're at the other end of things.
Yes, Rachel. Yes, sorry, Charlotte. I appreciate that. I like that idea of doing it like a collage style, even and at school. I didn't think of that. So I did like the texture and the printing and everything, absolutely gorgeous. And I like how I'm sort of pulled into that gorge. I did enjoy that. I just found it a little bit harder to find a narrative. But you've given that to me, so that's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm on 86, silver distinction with you, Charlotte. I'm really enjoying the textures and tones within it, and it's sort of takes me between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. There's a lot of depth to it for something that's been structured and manufactured. It gives you that beautiful depth and feeling, and happy in silver distinction.
Okay, Charlotte, back to you.
Thank you for your comments, judges. I'm glad I was able to provide a little bit of extra narrative there for you. Yeah, I just think that this is such a stark, but also highly detailed and highly textured representation of a landscape. It's been so cleverly done, and I hope you'll come up and join me in silver distinction for this one.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 87, silver distinction. Okay, thank you for the comments, judges. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment, please? Going to do a little change. Okay, so Tony, you can take a break. Mike, you can. Where's Mike?
Don't know, I got his tag. Is he here?
Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Pretty tight scoring there. Does somebody want to have a comment for the photographer? Glenn, pick on you, since you're new.
Absolutely. Lovely line quality within this. The classic black and white does it some real favours. I was just looking for a little X factor in the subject matter. It was a little bit busy where I ended up.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, with a score of 85, silver distinction. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Janine?
I think when this print came round, I basically heard everyone smile and just go, oh. I mean, it is a classic Kiwi caricature of getting outdoors and doing stuff. And I really enjoyed that, and I think the key elements have been handled really well. Things like the dog driving the ute, I'm into that, and the light coming from the human sort of interaction and the man fishing, etc., etc. So it's a beautifully constructed collage that definitely has the happy vibes. I think to make this perhaps just a little more special, I would have a look at some of the sort of transitions between the key elements. They are super sharp, and maybe just softening them off a little bit would add to that sort of feeling of the image. And I felt like the ute was perhaps parked a little too far to the left.
Okay, thank you for the feedback there, Janine. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. Is that a challenge? Okay.
My initial score was 87. My reasoning was when I first went up there, I went, I know this photo, I've seen it before. And the more I looked at this photo, I realised I didn't. It is got a sublime colour relationship or colour palette, not just because of the burnt oranges, but the relationship with the dirty greens is gorgeous. There's actually some of the tree shapes in there I found really rewarding when I found them, when I saw them, and even that valley. And I think it's actually done a really nice job of being abstract enough and not giving us any literal place to go. I think it's the sort of thing I'd love to see on my wall, and I would see different things in it every day or every week, and I think it's actually really just tastefully done. The way they've designed the photograph is quite elegant, and I'm asking you to come up to a silver with distinction because I think it has lifted the image, the balance between the sky, the medium space, the darker trees, and the river foreground, I'm assuming all those things. I think that's actually really elegantly done, and just for that simplicity and complexity, it deserves to be a little higher than what we've got.
Charlotte. Yep.
I was in bronze on 78 for this one, and I agree with everything that's been mentioned. When I looked at the image, I was searching for something to rest my eye on, some little Easter egg that I hadn't initially noticed that I would see and go, oh, okay, I get it, that's the thing. So it was just that lack of the focal point or the really interesting thing that really drew me in and kept me with the image. I really do appreciate the visual beauty of it and the technique that's been used. So I would consider coming up, but I just I would like to see a focal point.
Janine, thoughts from the middle?
Perfect. I think I'd like to just talk about that focal point. I think there are some absolutely gorgeous, just wait, really subtle leading lines, particularly in what I regard as being water in the foreground, and they draw you into that gully. I think it is, I scored this 83 by the way, and I'm seriously looking at coming up to maybe 85. I really want to reward the restraint and the organic quality of it. I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I love Glenn's saying abstract enough. I think that is the key.
Okay, Glenn, back to you.
Yeah, I hear you about the subject. I regularly look for that nugget, that thing that's going to give me an answer. But I don't feel this image needs that because of its looseness, because of its flow, because of its atmosphere, the feel, the flavour, all those Fs. I think it should be just drawn up. I'm not asking for a gold, but I am definitely asking for a silver with distinction. Please come with me.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you for your conversation there. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, bronze award. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Just looking down the line there. Tanya, I'm going to pick on you because you're closest to me. Mike.
Yeah, to help this image get into the next category, it would be great just to see some more information and perhaps something to weight it from at the bottom and a little bit more detail around it. But yeah, other than that.
Okay, thank you. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a quick change of judges. Francis, you can take a break. Kay, if you can come in. Okay. Oh, you ready, Kay? Yep. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Charlotte, you'd like to challenge that? Yep.
Yes, so I was on 84 for this one. I just couldn't stop quietly giggling to myself the whole time because that shape, the face, the ghostly figure down in the water there, I just found it absolutely hilarious. The more that I looked at it, the more it resolved itself into a shape with legs and arms and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. I think the quality of the image is actually really nice as well. There's a lot of tones preserved beautifully. There's a lot of detail. The road across the top right is a really interesting little addition to it. So yeah, I think we should reward the comedy aspect of this image. I'd love to see this come up into a silver.
Kay, thoughts from the other end?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and Casper the Ghost is joining us in the image. I guess what has held it into the bronze award level for me was I felt the colouring of the cars were a little bit distracting and disharmonious, if that's a word, to the rest of the image. So I felt there was a little bit of an imbalance there, and in this category it is possible to alter things like that. But I do feel that the road itself is a little bit too dominant within what is otherwise a lovely scene.
Glenn, thoughts from the middle ground?
Just coming on the middle ground there. Look, I'm going to emphasise a little of what both of you said. I love the quirk in it. I love the fact that there's humour, and we should reward that. And this is an awarded print as it currently stands, but I find the road and the cars quite distracting as well. So it really hovers in the middle for me. The photo's not about that road, yet that is very dominant.
Okay, Charlotte, back to you.
So I disagree about the cars, the colour of the cars. I think if they were red cars or if they were any other colour than blue, yes, I would agree they would be distracting. But the blue of the car is actually picked up in that really dark blue watercolour going onto the little bridge there. So it doesn't distract me. And I kind of think that there's a relationship between the figure and the cars. They're kind of moving away from the cars. It's kind of like encroaching on my land and my territory, and I'm not happy about it. So yeah, I think there's a really cool story in this one. I think we should reward that. It's quite creative. It's really well seen. Please come up to silver with me.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, we've got a 79, which is currently a bronze award, but it also means that we need to go into a review situation, which means, just let me push the button, we're going to have to we need either a 79 or an 80 from our judges. '79, bronze award. Okay. Alrighty, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, bronze award. And can I get something for the, yep, Kay, comment for the photographer?
Yeah, really interesting interpretation that the photographer's brought to us here, and it was a little bit, I guess, challenging in some ways to connect it with a landscape of some sort. And for me, that's probably why I've kept it. I put it in the just in the award range, but keep exploring ideas like this.
Okay, thank you, Kay, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. And can we get a comment? Yep, go, Glenn.
Yeah, look, there was a lot to love about this image. I'm glad it's got a silver with distinction. I would have pushed it a little bit higher into the gold range. I just found that yellow and that green were just a little bit electric against all those lovely gentle colours. But there's something truly beautiful and they're well captured.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 85, silver distinction. Okay, and can we get a comment? Oh, yep, Charlotte's put a...
Congratulations on your silver distinction, very well deserved. The initial impression of this image is really intriguing. It just invites you to go up and check out all the details. And I would say that most of the image is delightfully mushy. And then you get to the center, and there's all these little tiny details of skeletal trees. I had it scored quite high. I really think it deserves that award, so you've done a fantastic job on this one.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. A bit of nodding from the other judges as well. Okay, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And we're just going to make a judge change. Tanya, you can take a break. And Mike, if you can come in, please. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Okay, and can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, well, sorry, no. Yep, Janine, thank you.
Well done on a silver distinction for an image that really is an ode to, I suppose, a painterly approach for this type of landscape. And when you look further into it, you're just so richly rewarded with a huge amount of detail and beautiful things to look at. Well done. I think maybe to improve it because of that sensational, amazing amount of detail, perhaps make the print just a touch larger, not too much, just a little bit. And I'd be really interested to see what it looked like, just slightly warmer. But these are subtle things for an already strong image.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Janine. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. However, okay, you'd like to challenge, please.
I've put this in the gold. I sat with it for a little bit and thinking, yeah, is it silver distinction? Is it gold? There's a real, I guess, tempest to the image, which has been created through the technique that the photographers use with the movement and everything like that. The colour palette is just exquisite. The blending of those greens and yellows in the sky and the turquoise leading down to this really, really dark, rich foreground where there is so much texture and detail. You can see what it is. You've got the building, the old building, it's and the trees behind it. There's so much beauty and movement in the image that it's almost timeless, and that's why I've put it in the gold range.
Mike, thoughts from the other end of scoring?
Yeah, I gave this 83, and thanks for pointing out the building. I totally missed it. and as a result, I'm going up to 90, so thank you.
Okay, Charlotte, yeah.
I think I'll be coming up on this one too. I don't think anyone's mentioned the print quality on this one. It's stunning. I think when we're standing up there looking at it, we're all sort of moving our heads around trying to see it from different angles. I just wanted to reach out and touch it. It's got such a beautiful textural quality. It's giving me major haunted house vibes, and it almost makes it, the look of the image with the trees and the movement almost makes it gives it a pinhole camera kind of look, which is a really, really interesting technique for this sort of genre. Yeah, I'll be coming up to gold for sure.
Any other thoughts? No. Back to you, Kay. Yep.
I don't think I need to say any more. I think there's several in the gold already, so yeah, join me.
Okay, let's rescore. $91, gold award. Okay, nice conversations there, judges. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy. Okay. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, got a score of 85, which is silver distinction, but Kay's got her hand up.
Yeah, I've scored this 93. I'm really, really enjoying the layering that has been created in this image. This is a creative landscape image. The layering just allows you to just layer by layer explore what's inside the image, and there's so much beauty and detail in the image. The light, it's like having a spotlight on this particular part of the landscape through the fact that they've used the circle, as well as the fact that they've used that spotlight effect at the top. It's like looking through a veil. It's like looking through fog. It's just exquisite, and I think the photographer's done an incredibly good job of presenting us with something quite unique. So I see this in the gold range.
Glenn, your thoughts?
My initial score was 77 because I loved what was happening with those trees. I found them glorious, such wonderful detail, elegant shapes, and then I just got overwhelmed by the graphics, the graphics for graphics' sake. I just don't know why the graphics are there. I hear you when you say there's a spotlight quality to it, but it's the really harsh linear lines coming from that spotlight, and then the busyness of the design behind the lines. It really overpowered me, and I'm really struggling with that image because of it.
Mike?
I gave this 86, but I'm going up to gold as well, mainly because the technique is giving us a different way of seeing something quite ordinary, and the technique's doing several things. One of them is putting a cobweb over the whole image, which is a veil, and then on another layer, it's giving us fog, which is another atmospheric condition. So I'm seeing all these layerings as being appropriate to the message that's being communicated, which is an atmospheric landscape that otherwise would have been really ordinary.
Did you have something else, Charlotte, or?
So I was on 88 with this one. I'll be coming up. I just really love the juxtaposition here. So you've got these beautiful, delicate, foggy shapes of the trees, and then these crazy lines coming in. It kind of feels like you're at a rave or something with spotlights kind of cruising around. And I just love that, the difference in the different types of looks, and yet it all comes together so cohesively. The circular shape just brings those two very opposite ends of the spectrum together in such a unique way. Yeah, gold for me for sure.
Okay. Yeah, Janine, quickly.
I must admit I was a little in Glenn's camp. I'm on 82 and I'm in the overwhelm camp. But I am listening to really carefully, and I did enjoy the way these textures really drew me in. I suppose one detail that I'd love to hear a little bit more about is where the meeting of the square shapes is. It's quite random. It's not tidy, and I felt that it almost needed to bring this together. So it's just the top and the bottom in those sort of spotlight areas. So I'd love to hear just a little bit about that.
Okay, back to you.
Thank you, judges. I think we're in gold. I just need to convince another couple of judges to join me. For me, the graphic elements, the lines, are really contrast with the organic nature of nature. And I think that's the key to the image itself, the veil, the fog, the sharp lines are meant to be there to provide that contrast between organic and man-made, essentially. In terms of the randomness of those little the corners, top and bottom, to me again, if they were joined exactly, you would get too sharper, stronger point. And again, it brings that slight element of organicness or unevenness to the whole scene, and that's what also connects the nature versus almost man-made aspect to the whole image. I'm on 93. Feel free to go higher if that's where you want to go.
Okay, let's rescore. $90, gold award. Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've currently got a score of 91, which is a gold award, with Kay's hand directly up in the air, challenging.
Wow. Congratulations to the photographer on their gold award already. Let's see if we can take a little bit higher. This is a scene probably most in terms of, I guess, the location, the interpretation of the location that I guess most New Zealanders will remember or know of. What I'm really enjoying is the almost Picasso-esque approach that the photographer's taken to the image through the use of colour, looking at all the different seasons, be it autumn, winter, spring, summer. I think that is an interpretation that photographers done very, very cleverly. The cartoon effect that has been achieved just works so brilliantly. And what I also love is the little dogs in front of the little building. I think it's just, there's so much detail to look at. There's so much that the photographer has brought to this themselves that they need to be rewarded for it. I'm sitting on 97.
Glenn, you're crazily at the low end.
Yeah, I really didn't think at 88 I'd be at the low end, but that's not a bad place to be, right? There's a lovely organic nature to what's happening in those shapes, but then, and I mean that the textures that have been used to build up the landscape, but it is so graphic that it leaves me a little bit cold. It feels just, there's an experimental quality in it that's great, but at the same time not fully resolved. It's ended up as a gold, which my 88, I'm happy with it being gold. I really am. I do think a gold with distinction may be too far for me to go because of the lack of, let's call it textural resolution in some of the components. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I gave this 91. I'm certainly going to gold with distinction. The main reason is originality. Have I ever seen anything even close to this before? No. There's elements in here that are just so, as you said, Kiwi. The updated Wanaka tree is absolutely blissful. It's just seeing icons in here, everything represented in a totally new formulaic way. It's exquisite and original. So it has to be something exquisite and original in scoring. So definitely distinction.
Charlotte, do you have something to add?
I scored this 92. I'm definitely going higher. I can't fault it. There's nothing about it that I would change. I was just immediately struck with this feeling of joy and love for the landscape and love for this area of the world. I feel so connected to this area of the world already, and this has just solidified that. All the little details, the autumn trees lining the road, the beautiful, I love driving down in that area, and that's really connected me with that as well. I'm definitely coming up. It's fantastic.
Janine, just quickly.
Promise I'll be super quick. Look, I was on 88 and I will be coming up to somewhere in the gold range, just trying to decide. But I've just got just a little bit of an interpretation for you guys. At the bottom we've got what I believe to be a church, and I think this looks like a stained glass window. So maybe there's sort of like a spiritual side to it.
Okay, back to you, Kay.
That comment, Janine, even puts it higher. Yeah, I'll address your comments about the texture. I see texture in the tone. The tonal texture brings the texture to the image, not just the texture that we often see within the landscape itself, whether it's grass, whether it's things like that. There's beautiful tonal transitions between each of the elements, whether it's in the green of the grass in the foreground, the water, and even the lake at the back and the mountains. It's just absolutely exquisite. And I think the choice of paper even emphasizes that further. So to me, I'm sitting on 97. If you want to go higher, go higher.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $96, gold distinction. Okay, thank you very much, judges, for the conversation. I'm sure the photographer is very happy with that result. Just take a breath, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Oh, Mike, yep.
I
Challenge.
gave this 86. I just think this, it sort of reminds me of a Rousseau painting. It's got that sort of vibe of there's things happening that we can't see. And I find that sort of idea of things that aren't there intriguing and is making me look at the image longer, feeling the image more. It just has a vibe, has an earthy feel that I'm really relating to.
Glenn, at the other end of scoring.
I've turned into a Grinch as I've got older. Obviously, I marked it down there at 73. I struggled a little bit with finding something within that image that was rewarding to the eye. There's a lovely balance between colours but there was so much movement, and then there was a big blob on the right-hand side that has a less sharpness in it that really just distracts me from the elegance of the swirl, etc., etc. It breaks up that fern pattern that's in the dead centre, and that just bugged me. But look, I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy to come up. Perhaps I didn't enjoy it enough.
Okay.
This image put me immediately walking through a New Zealand bush. The ferns, the trees, the abstractness of it all gives me a really wonderful feeling because, you know, when we walk through New Zealand bushlands, we always, you know, we can connect with the nature, we can connect with the environment we're in and just enjoy being there. And that's the feeling that this image gives to me, and that's why I've put it in the silver range. I'm listening to Mike if you're looking at silver distinction.
Your score, okay?
I scored at 83.
Okay, thank you. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, the only reason I've gone for distinction is the atmospherics of this. It's not an actual something, it's the feeling of something, which is quite different. So, you know, use your heart, Glenn.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 83, silver award. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 83, silver award. Glenn? Yeah, sure, go for it.
My initial score was 88. I really enjoyed the balance of colour in this. I thought that was striking, and I enjoyed the fact that I struggled to get size and scale from it. The only thing that stopped me from going even higher than that was I actually felt texturally some of the highlights were a little bit dirty, but there was such good stuff going on in the scale, the confusion with this image. And again, I'm not asking for a gold, that would be a stretch too far, but I do think it's worthy of a silver with distinction, and I'll even throw in, I'm just using my heart.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at the other end now. My turn to be at the bottom. I scored it in 78 in bronze because I really enjoyed all those elements you talked about, Glenn. For me, I felt the two highlight areas were just a little bit too, like you were saying, that there's a lack of density or texture within those areas, and for me that's what has put it into the bronze award. If anyone can sort of give me a little bit more explanation about why they should be there, I'm happy to move.
Janine?
Look, I was a bit chicken because I was having quite weird thoughts on this one. I scored this 83, but I'm going to come up and join you, Glenn, because I have a really different sort of interpretation. I saw a woman in a long black dress with her hair flowing out the back, and the highlights contain that. And I saw that really strongly as the first thing when the print came round. So, and then the shell-like sort of textures add to this sort of marine princess idea, in a black dress though, so that's interesting. But yeah, I'll leave you with that unusual thought.
Okay, Glenn, back to you.
Oh, I'm loving the dress. I didn't see the dress. Now I see the dress. I saw lots of things, but I did not see the dress, and that adds to the fact that this image should be a silver with distinction. Okay, I'm like those. I don't especially like the way those highlights have blocked up, but the colour that they've given is probably why the photographer chose to go there. So it's a double-edged sword. It's good, but it's bad. But I don't think that's what, for me, pulls it down from gold, not what pulls it down from silver with distinction. And now that I've seen that woman in the dress, please, silver with distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. '86, silver with distinction. Okay, good conversations, people. Okay, we're going to do a little. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a judge change. Charlotte, you can take a break, and Rachel, come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 80, silver award. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Glenn, jumping in there.
Yeah, loved what I discovered in that image. There's a nice flow, there's an elegance. I'm glad it's up there in the silvers. The colour was, the electric baby blue was just a little hyper-real for my taste. I think that tone down would have even been higher for me.
Okay, thank you for that, Glenn. A bit of nodding from some of the other judges as well. So, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, bronze award. And can we get a comment for, yeah, Janine?
Congratulations on the Bronze Award. I really enjoyed this sort of sandstorm kind of desert atmosphere with this image. I was just having a little bit of trouble reconciling the figures. The light is kind of coming from two different directions, and I wasn't sure whether the headstones in the middle kind of added to that kind of desert story. It almost looks like the cat with snow, so we're getting a bit of that here today. But yeah, look, congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Janine. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, bronze award. Pretty tight scoring there. Yeah, Tony. Yeah? Yeah.
I love the illustration of wind and the real sense of movement through the trees. It's been really well captured. I'm not too sure about the brighter patch in the lower half. So I think the secret of this image and the joy is in the top two-thirds.
Okay, thank you, Tony. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, silver award. Okay, comment for the photographer from somebody along the line there? Yep. Go, Glenn.
Yeah, look, I really like the fact that you've held on to those darker tones. It's very easy in a scenario like this to just make it slightly more high key, but you've kept the brood and the mood about that, and I actually really like it. It took me a while to enjoy it. Once I appreciated it, I love it.
Okay, thank you for the comments here, Glenn. And can we have the next print, please? A score of 79, which is a bronze award, and Rachel's hand immediately in the air.
I scored this 88 in silver distinction. I'm finding it a really intriguing and original presentation. It's reminiscent of, I don't know if you guys remember, like at primary school, colouring something in and then painting over it and scratching designs into it. I would have gone a lot higher if I could reconcile the cloud a little bit more. But I'm finding it really, really interesting. And the longer I look at it, the more it gives me as far as an interesting and interpretive landscape. So I'd love to hear what everyone else is thinking.
Kay.
Yeah, I put this just out of the award range because I couldn't resolve the cloud either, and I to be honest, I think the image would be stronger without the cloud. I also I really enjoyed the movement and the textures that photographers created through the multiple exposure within the central part, but I also finds a couple of peripheral things on the left and right hand side probably drawing my eye out from the image. So if you can resolve those for me, I'm happy to come up.
Tony?
77 in recognition of the idea and the concept, which I think is commendable. I just don't know if the execution is as fine-tuned as we'd expect. It almost looks a bit posterised, and along the sort of horizon of the water, there's sort of like clumps of black, which in this category you could probably get away with getting rid of and tidying it up a lot more.
Janine? Yep.
I was on 78. I enjoyed the cityscape, but yes, I was in the club of trying to reconcile the cloud. And I think part of the big thing for me was there's clearly a reflection here and the cloud's not reflected. And I was, maybe there's a theory there that we need to perhaps understand more about.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
It sounds like I've got my work cut out for me. The black clumps, I feel like that's part of it. I feel like this is a landscape that has been covered in paint and is slowly being revealed to us the more we look. And the subtlety in the colours, it's not really vibrant. It's been desaturated by that sort of tarry environment. Maybe that cloud is actually chimney smoke from a factory. Maybe this blackness is just what is coating the lungs of the universe that we're in. I don't know. I can't reconcile the cloud, but it's really making me think, and I feel like there's a message there that if we spend time with it, will come to us. And I've put it into silver distinction if you can see yourself to coming up.
Okay, let's rescore. Rightio, so we've got a score of 79, bronze award. Of course, we need to go into a review, so just stand by, pushing the button, and We need a 79 or 80 from our judges, please. Confirmed as a 79, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please?
Right, you have to listen to me now. Right, we have a final score of 73. So can I have a comment from a judge, please? Janine.
Look, to the photographer, well done for trying to really isolate a piece of landscape within the frame. I'm actually really enjoying the large amounts of sky and water. I think probably just considering image quality and some easy wins with some sort of spotting, if you will. I think there's a road sign on the road that is really obvious. And sometimes those things, we're not just being picky, but they can distract us from really enjoying an image. So, yeah, keep going with finding these sort of isolated landscapes.
Thank you, Janine. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 85 and an automatic challenge from Rachel.
Yeah, I scored this 92. I find it, from a distance, it's a beautiful, almost a tapestry or a representation of the surf, the sea, rocks, kelp. But when you go in close, it's made up of a whole lot of images of all of those things. So it's a fabricated aerial landscape of the coast, the surf, the rocks, the foam, made up of a whole lot of very different images and different tones to show the different depth in the water. I think it's really cleverly done and really beautifully presented. And yeah, 92, I'm in gold.
Glenn, you had the other end of the scale. Can we hear from you?
I was at 77, but I'm really happy that it was challenged purely because I struggled to know what I was looking at. I enjoyed it from a graphics point of view. I enjoyed it from a colour palette point of view, but it was so damn busy that I couldn't enjoy the individual panels, and I'm still confused as to why there is 3 panels, but I reckon, you know, I could be talked to this because I don't understand it is my problem. I don't truly understand it, and it does suffer from the parameters of the competition. I just need to see it a whole lot larger, I think, to appreciate it, but of course we are limited to what we're limited to.
Thank you, Glenn. Kay, can we hear from you?
I've scored this 86 silver distinction, and I will come up to gold, Rachel. I really enjoyed the Persian carpet aspect to the whole image, and I think your comments about the three images, it's also like a stained glass window. So you know, you never see 2 of those next to each other the same. And I think this is creating quite a looking glass into quite a unique perspective of the landscape, and I think it's very original. The three images also, because they're all so different, they create an irregularity that we see within the landscape. So I guess there's different layers that you can actually use to actually look at and appreciate what the photographers presented us with. So I'm coming up to gold.
Thank you, Kate. Tony, did you have something new?
In recognition of the hieroglyphs and the tapestry, the mosaics, it was still 83 for me. I'm not too sure if the individual components have been handled particularly well. That's sort of holding me back. We have got those, almost the clumping of the greens, you've got sort of blocking of those sort of panels on the right-hand side. I'm not reading it with the degree of care and attention that I'd love to see going into gold, personally.
And Janine.
Rach, I'll be your wingman on this one. So I came in at 88, but I am going to come up to 92. I actually believe that there are some really strong cultural references to Pacific Island cultures and tapa cloth and that sort of thing here. And from that point of view, the sort of handcrafted quality where everything is not perfect, I find quite acceptable in that form. And also I believe that that helps to explain the panels as well, because quite often these things are in panels. So that was my take on it. So yes, I will be coming up.
Thank you, and Rachel, you're right to reply.
Thanks, Janine. She's pretty much said everything for me, and you as well. Thanks, Kay. With regards to those sort of technical issues that you commented on, Tony, I feel like that's just giving that extra definition and depth to the way that the water levels will vary if I take that sort of more literal interpretation of an aerial seascape, and you'll have lighter areas, and then you'll have those very, very deep, dark waters that will pull in and around different areas of rock. I don't really think there's anything else I need to say except that everyone else needs to come up to gold.
If you could just enter your new scores. And we have a final score of 90, a gold. Well done to the photographer.
Can we have a blank screen, please? Janine, you're going to have to take a break. And Tanya, come on in. And Glenn, if you'd like to take a break. And Tony Carter. Can we have the next print, please? currently got a score of 85, silver distinction. Yes, Rachel?
I've scored this 92. I'm feeling this. The tree in the middle of the bushfire that is, everything is warped and suffering from heat haze and being consumed by this pulsing, vibrant, terrifying, unstoppable monster of flame, and it's only just holding on. And I feel like we're just seeing the glimpse at the moment before it all just turns into ash and is gone. I think it's really cleverly presented. And yeah, I'd love to hear what people say about
One of the Tonys, Tony Carter.
I scored at 82. I think the tree is fantastic, and the weight of where it's sitting in the image is perfect. I feel that the sky feels very heavy and almost a block to feeling that heat with the shapes that are within it. So I sort of feel that the image is sort of cut in half, and that top part is just too heavily weighted, which is taking it away from that heat feeling with the structure of the image. I mean, I will be listening though, and I think I could definitely come up into a silver with distinction, but I think a gold might be a little bit too far for me at this stage.
Okay, from the middle area.
Yeah, I put this on 86 silver distinction. I really enjoyed all the things that you've seen, Rachel, within the image. The fire and brimstone, the ash falling. I guess for me, what keeps pulling me out is that really heavy black at the top left. It just, I think if they had been more contained with the red or some elements like that, it wouldn't keep leading my eye out, so that I could actually focus on the tree and what's happening around it.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. So that heaviness in the sky, that real density, I feel like that's the oxygen has been sucked out of it. There's nothing there. It's just fury and heat. And same with that black spot in there. That's the chaos. That's the devastation that's coming. I feel like the fact that the tree is being completely dwarfed by all of those elemental forces just adds to its fragility, and yeah, that's why I've put it into gold. I'd love to see it score higher, so if you can't join me in gold, please join me as high as you can.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. '87, silver with distinction. Okay, thank you, judges, for the comments and conversation. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 85, silver with distinction, but Tania.
Yeah, I scored this 92. I think it's exceptionally crafted piece of artwork here. What I really, every element of the image is absolutely exquisite. The etching at the base of the what feels like the cliffs is stunning. Just the subtle amount of detail around the outside and the sky and the foreground works beautifully. I feel like the way that the ridges have been created and highlighted really brings a great flow through the image. It's almost like an ice cream with drips of ice cream coming down the ridges, and the beautiful texture of the diagonal lines down the ridges is just absolutely exquisite.
Tony Carter, please.
I'm on 77. I will be coming up into the silver range, so I admit to being quite light on this. The crafting of it is quite beautiful, but I still feel to me that the technique has overtaken what the actual image is. That's what I feel like it's been. So it feels like it's been overcrafted with style, and that the block of the rocks and everything like that, I feel like is quite jarring, and the technique of how this has been presented has overtaken the actual image itself. So I'm a bit light, but not up there in gold for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Tony, and that's why I put in silver. I put in silver because I was rewarding it for almost like having a graphite pencil or charcoal illustration. But for me, it's lacking, other than the technique, it's lacking something within the image overall as a composition, and that's why I've held it in. I'm in silver.
Rachel, just quickly. Oh.
I'll be super quick. I'm in silver distinction. Just as a little something extra, it might not help too much, but I'm actually seeing faces. I can see Skeletor's face right in the middle of that cliff. So I found it really interesting that was something that was also constructed.
Okay, Tanya, back to you.
Yeah, Rachel, that was what I was going to finish off with. Thank you for supporting the image. I think it's like the depth through the centre of the dark areas creates the sense of the skeleton features of a face, and adds depth to the image that makes it really, really beautiful. I feel like it's something I've never seen before, so we'd ask you to consider coming up.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 87, silver distinction. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 76, bronze award. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? I'm going to pick on Tony because he's closest to me.
Look, I think it's a commendable commitment to demonstrating shape and form. Perhaps a little bit on the artificial side with the sort of sky to kind of give it full credit going higher.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the comments there, Tony. And can we have the next print, please? We've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And a comment for the photographer down. I'll go to the other Tony at the other end. Okay, sure thing. Tanya.
Yeah, I was on 82 with this image. I think it's an image that could be easily overlooked at first, but when you go up into the image, there's a real depth to all of the reflections. And what really holds the image well is the white through that right third, and creates a lovely balance. Yeah, congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Tanya. And can we have the next one, please? While the judges are judging, we'd like to thank Tony from Photo Shots for the judges' morning tea. Lots of sugary delights to keep us going. Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver with distinction. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Kay? Yep.
Beautiful tonal qualities in the image, and I love the softness that the photographer's actually used, but you can still see a lot of the detail within the scene. Really beautiful. It reminds me a little bit like of an etche. Really, really traditional photograph. There's some highlights just in the top trees, which just a little bit distracting, so which are not in the same sort of league as the tones in the lower parts of the image. So maybe just address that, and it could come higher.
Okay, thanks for the comments there, Kay. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? Just going to do a judge swap. Tony, you can take a break.
Go get some morning tea, Tony.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
And Mike. Good to go. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 86, silver distinction. However, Rachel is challenging.
I'm going to have to talk slowly because I'm
bit shaky here. I scored this 99. I think we're looking at a map, maybe Tasmania, looking at some of the animals. I think we're looking at roadkill over the last year in a specific area, and that it's been created into a landscape, but it is telling us a massive environmental story. I'm still shaking. I'm going to sit and listen, but I'm going to fight for this, so let's see where we can go.
Tony Carter, you're down the other end of scoring once you've had a look.
Yeah, my score is 78, and I just really struggled to understand this. So all I'm going to say now is I'm listening to what others have to say. I still don't really see it, but I am definitely going to be listening for this one.
Okay.
I've scored at 88 in silver distinction. I'm listening to you, Rachel, in terms of what you're doing. My interpretation of what I see in the image is a country, and I'm not sure what country it is, where someone has travelled and they've taken photographs of all the different locations around that little country. I also see it as a necklace and earrings because it's got this filigree pattern to it, which is really, really appealing. What I'm not necessarily wanting to resolve is feeling that the reference to 365 days of a year are needed necessarily. I don't know. Because I think there's, whether that's too obvious, that the photographers presented that with us just in case we can't pick what the image is all about. I'm prepared to come up if you can resolve some of those.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yep, Mike.
Just if I heard rightly, you said roadkill. Is that what you? Okay. Thanks. I don't see the roadkill. I do see the map of Tasmania. That's not in question for me, and I see the dots as representational of what's in the area. I see it more like almost like a soil count, a type of texture of what's graphically in the soil. Each one of those dots looks to me like almost like a soil specimen. And I find I gave it 83. I'm actually quite happy to come up to a distinction, mainly because of the originality. But I don't see it as fully resolved, and I find that the 365, I just find that too literal, and I find that distracting from the visual.
Tania just wanted to say something quickly. Yep.
Yeah, this image is really quite complex. As simple as it might originally look, I didn't see the red circles, which could reference what you're saying with roadkill. And then it's only just now that I've seen a number of animals, very small, within the image dotted around. One looks like a wolf or a dog, and one looks like a mouse or a rat or something like that. So I find that the intrigue with the image is that it's so interpretive, and it's complex and it's confusing, but it's also crafted really beautifully. And the 365 was something that I was a little needing still resolved.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
Okay, so I think that the filigree pattern that Kay was referring to, that's where I'm getting the reference to the roads, and that's the most heavily intense number of spots, and that's why I've drawn the reference for roadkill, because you can see some of the dots. You've got bits, like squished bits, you've got red, you've got meaty chunks. The reference to the animals and the further apart spots, this could be some species in, and I'm referencing Tasmania because of the shape, but also because of the nature of some of the animals. I have seen a Tasmanian devil's face in there, and some other marsupials which are native to the area. I think the 365 is really, really important because it's just giving us the volume of loss of life in a year. So if you put that into a scale of 10 years, and I can't count the dots, there's too many there for my eyes right now, but I think that this is talking about the environmental impact that is happening to more than one species that is at risk in an area, and it's been documented and portrayed very, very cleverly as a graphic landscape illustration. And I still really would love you guys to join me up here in gold distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $92, Gold Award. Okay. Congratulations to the photographer and that award. Thank you to our judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. And Mike, a comment?
Yeah, you're printing. Sorry, I'll start again. The structure of this image is really good, but it would do better had there been some more detail on the blacks and the whites. Just bring your contrast back a bit and give it some more feeling.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Mike. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Tanya?
Yeah, I'll
Like
challenge us on
it?
87.
Okay.
There's a lot to look at in this image. It could really be easily overlooked that when you reach the top of the tree, that you're seeing an ominous figure behind of a face, a little bit a Darth Vader type image, and then within there's a darker area like a chin area that looks like the shape of a feminine, a female. So there's lots of little gold nuggets to find within this image, and it's really beautifully weighted. Got a shot. And it almost feels like an X-ray. The tree almost feels like it has a bit of an X-ray nature or feeling to it. Almost feels like it's an interpretation by the creator of man versus nature and the transition of what's happening. And you think of AI and what's happening to nature, and you could interpret your own story from this. I think it's a lot. There's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Definitely worth a chat.
Mike, you're at the other end of scale.
Yeah, I gave this 76. I actually hear that there is lots of ways of interpreting this, so all I can do is have my way. And I'll throw that back at you. I just found a discourse between the background top and the foreground tree and grasses. I find them actually fighting each other, and I'm not quite sure which one is the important part. So I'm just purely looking at this as a landscape and judging it without all the additions that you're suggesting.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I actually think I'll come up into silver distinction. You know, I think you can tell that whoever's done this, the photographer, knows what they're about. They know their craft. They have a deep understanding of that, and the print quality is superb. I love the peacock type of feel of this and the mirroring, and I think it all ties into something quite beautiful and quite elegant and full of fine detail, and I think it's quite visually quite beautiful. So I'm going to come up into, I'll give it 86 will be my score.
Okay, Tanya, back to you.
Well done, Tony. Thank you very much for supporting that. Just other little elements to look through in this image too. It's almost like there's skeleton shapes within the base of the tree. There's some beautiful design elements that have been merged into the base and done very well, and all the way through as you take your eye up, you see other shapes that work really beautifully. That's like creatures within nature. Anyway, Tony said it all very well. Please rescore and come up.
Okay. All right, 85, silver distinction. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 85, silver distinction. It's 85. You're already there, Mike. Yep. But if would you like to offer a comment? No. Nothing. Yeah.
You go.
Yep.
Yeah, congratulations. This is a real delight to explore with the symmetry and repetition of the 3 steps, and then you think there's 2 clouds, but you go into the center and you see there's a third one. It's beautiful, subtle color palette, and it leaves you imagining why it's there and what's above. And yeah, excellent quality.
Okay, thank you for that, Tanya, and thank you, judges, for that. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Rachel would like to challenge this. Yep.
I scored this 88 silver distinction, and it made me think for a long time, and I might be well off track. I mean, the ladder is definitely my preferred way to climb up a mountain, but I feel like the landscape, the silhouettes of the hills and the mountains there that are completely deforested. I think there's a message in here about what we're doing with the trees, and we're using them to make things for ourselves at the expense of the environment. Yeah, I feel like it's quite cleverly presented. The layering is really subtle, and it's a really well-handled image. And yeah, put it into silver distinction.
Yeah, Mike, you're at... Yeah, okay, I'll just get Tony from the lower end first, and then come back to you.
Yeah, I'm on 81, so I thought that was, that's a good silver, that's for sure. I think I understood the messaging, but then I didn't think that it was executed in such a fine way to sort of bring it up into that next level. And I probably still feel the same about that. It's not visual harmony to produce that. It's quite clunky, and it took me a while to climb up that ladder and figure out what was going on. But at the end, I decided silver where it was sitting for me.
Yeah, Mike.
I gave this 84. I was sort of halfway between a silver and a silver with distinction. The reason I didn't go up to the next level is that I felt there was a competition between the wood and the scenery that the wood's on. Oh, sorry, the other way around. The scenery, the hills are beautifully realised, but I find that the wood that they've been put over is too strong and dominating, and I think that's the competition that's stopping it going to distinction. Sorry about being so convoluted.
Tanya, just quickly. Yep.
Yeah, I awarded this 86 and could definitely go higher. I see it's like timber in a yard, and it could have been easily overlooked that it was just timber piled up and a ladder. But when you go into it, you actually see a lot more. The top layer feels like it's like a coffin, like with the top step, second to top step. So there's a few little things to find in the image. I think what initially just stopped me at 86 was just the saturation of the wood. Just felt a little heavy, but perhaps that's part of the great part of it. Yeah.
Okay, Rachel.
I love that you're up at silver distinction with me, Tanya. Thank you. I think that the saturation and the heaviness of the wood is coming from the way that the image has been layered together, and this is I feel like maybe it's the planks all stacked on top of each other, and they haven't controlled it because it's adding to the volume of timber that's there. Anyway, I think it's definitely worth the discussion, and if you can join me up a couple points higher in silver distinction, that'd be great.
Okay, let's rescore. $85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you for that. The photographer will be happy with that result. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do a quick judge change. Kay, you can take a break. Francis, if you'd like to come in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've currently got a score of 86, which is silver distinction. However, Tony? Who's the highest? Tony's the highest.
No, you can take it. Do you want to?
Sorry?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'm on 92 for this image. Solid gold. I feel you feel like you're looking through some sort of porthole with this. There's just so many beautiful layers that your eye can just gently just drift through this image, and it's such a sensory experience. The paper choice for this is beautiful. It's so masterfully done. You can almost feel that gentle caress of somebody who really knows what they're about. The softness and how your eye can just zigzag right up there in soft, beautiful lines. It just feels like it's got a real soul. The colours are divine, and your eye can sort of just wander on into that and just move on slowly and gently. It's like poetry on paper, 92 for me.
Okay, Francis, from the other end of the scale.
Yes, I see all these points, Tony, and it is a gorgeous image. The color palette is absolutely outstanding, very organic, and you sort of cruise through the image. And I put it in the silver range for this. For me personally, I just float around a little bit and don't know where I'm going with it. So just a bit of a stronger narrative or a guideline. If you can explain that more to me, I'm listening. So if you can give me a few more hints there, that would be great.
Rachel?
I'm an easy talk up, Tony. I was 86. I'm happy to join you at 92. For me, this is it's about how it feels, how it makes me feel. It's a memory of a place. I'm not sure if I've been there before, and I'm just struggling to remember what it is because I was so young, or if it was somewhere that I've visited in a dream. But it is bringing all of those things. I agree with everything else Tony said. So happy to join in gold.
Tanya, something quickly?
Yeah, I'm on 87. I feel like it transports you through the image. It's like someone's put a paintbrush and watercolor in the foreground, and it's created this beautiful pattern. And as you go up through to the image, it feels like you reach like a godly place, and it feels like it's an archaeological slice through of the earth. So it takes on many shapes. Love it, amazing. I'll go up from 87.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Yeah, so that's great. It sounds like we've got some real support. Francis, was said about the porthole sort of looking thing, and then you said that you floated around through the image, and I thought, well, that's what you actually do, and I think that's what this image is all about. You're not getting any sort of visual representation, but it's one of those things where you can just about close your eyes and feel the image, and I think it's just done in such a beautiful and simple way by somebody who really knows what they're doing here. And I think it's well worthy of a gold for all of those features.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $92, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer on that one. Thank you, judges, for your conversations. And a bit of a breath. And next print, please. With a score of 84, which is a silver award. And Francis, yep, you can challenge.
Yes, I'm on 87. I put it in a silver distinction range. First of all, the composition, how it's crafted, it is all just done extremely well. I do really enjoy that hero centerpiece there, standing right in the middle. The focus drops off a little bit in the background, which I actually think works really well for this image because it gives that tree in the foreground more strength. An unusual color palette, which I think works really, really well, the yellow and the blue. It's something I haven't seen much before. I wonder what time of the day this image was taken. Was it even taken when it was darker and a longer exposure was used? So there's a lot of questions to this image that I think is really interesting. And then the clouds, slightly blurred. I think that really goes with the harshness of the little leaves in the foreground. So have another look. I think it's a really interesting piece of landscape creative that we should discuss and have a look at.
Tanya, thoughts from the low end of the scale?
Yeah, I scored this a silver at 81. I really enjoy that. It's something that I haven't seen before, and also love the composition. I was a little bit conflicted with the narrow depth of field. That was great to hear that you see the opposite. One of the little gold nuggets in there is the bottom lower left branch. the top part of it looks like a beaver upside down. So that was like a little nugget for me that I enjoyed. But yeah.
Mike, any thoughts?
Yeah, I gave this 88, so obviously I really liked it. For its surreal quality, if nothing else. There are a few sort of compositional faults that I'm not going to point out to you because I like 88.
Okay, any other thought? Oh, yeah, Tony?
I'm on 81. I'll come up and support it at 87. I think I love that Wes Anderson sort of feel about this with the symmetry, and just it feels like something from a crazy movie, and I quite enjoy it for that. So I'll be coming up and supporting the image.
Okay, Francis, write a reply.
Yes, I think we all agree that it goes in silver distinction range. Yeah, it's just very well done to the photographer to create something really interesting to look at. With a strong narrative, that tree in the foreground, you know, I can even see that as a centerpiece, as a hero, as a person on stage in the foreground, and then the background of the trees is the chorus. So I think there is a lot to see in this image. So yes, please come up, all of you, in the silver distinction range or even higher. If
All
you
right,
want.
let's rescore. Francis, you need to. Okay, 87, silver with the distinction. Okay, thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, when you're doing your burning and dodging, just be very aware that you're not leaving highlights that don't fit the atmosphere of the whole place. Underneath the trees at the back, you've left that as the brightest part of the picture, which is really quite distracting.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Mike. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do a quick judge change. Okay, so Rachel, you can take a break. And Charlotte. Charlotte. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Tanya?
Yeah, I scored this 88. What a delightful interpretation of the capital city. It brings joy to feel into the image and see all the little iconic representations of Wellington, and also even what's behind the beehive. I don't know if I'm reading into it, but it looks like dirty smoke, so I kind of think it's like a bit of a parody as well. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Tanya, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Tony, yep, you can challenge.
I'll challenge. It's sitting on 79. I'm on 83. I think it's a silver for me. Looks like we might have to do something about it anyway. But I think that the finishing quality of this is quite beautiful. It's nicely seen. Everything's got its right place. It feels quite comfortable to look at. Your eye rolls through it and around through that water. Beautiful skies running through, and I think it's deserving of a low silver. So I think it would be great if we could have a think about it, and if you like it, let's get it across the line.
Yeah, Mike, if you want to go. Yep. Well, you're within a point of each other, so.
Okay, I'm sitting on 76 on this one. I would have loved to have gone higher, but I do feel that the top half of the image where the sky is just perhaps a little over-processed and oversaturated, especially compared to the bottom half of the image, which has some really lovely subtle tones. I probably would be willing to come up a little bit because I do think it has a really great sense of atmosphere. I love the warm tones, the pinks. But yeah, convince me about the sky, please.
Mike?
Yes, just to add something more, the foreground is actually, the burning and dodging in the foreground is really quite lumpy, and the highlights are too bright to feel real. Also, it's over-sharpened in the foreground. If you look at the edge of all the rocks, they're glowing. I just find it's a bit clunky. Happy to give it a bronze, but silver means a bit too much for me.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it might be back to you, Tony.
I like my rocks nice and sharp, Mike. Maybe not that sharp, but yeah. I probably haven't really got anything to add, but except with that sky, I do actually like the coloration through that. But yeah, let's just see where it lands. Thank you.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. $79, which is currently a bronze award. Let me just push the review button, and then we'll need a 79 or 80 out of our judges, please. Okay. Yep. 80, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction, but Charlotte would like to challenge.
Okay, I'm sitting at 92 on this one in the gold range. I just love this concept. It's so interesting and so poignant. The beautiful textures and tones of that foggy landscape in the background is just a metaphor for nature at its finest. It's so relaxing, it's so serene. And then you hear the buzzing of the drones. It's such an annoying noise. It ruins everything. You think you're being spied on. It's just a horrible thing to come across. And I think also the darker tones of the tree coming in from the top left really accentuates and matches those darker tones of the drones in there. There's also a couple of birds scattered in there as well, and I think that really gives a bit of a juxtaposition between nature and things that are human-made once again. The composition works really well. It's sharp where it needs to be sharp. It's very soft where it needs to be soft. Please come up and join me in gold. This is such a great concept and really well executed.
Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 76, and I apologise to the photographer. I totally missed it. I started asking myself why, but Charlotte's just explained it quite well. So I'll be definitely listening to everybody else, and my score will be coming right up.
Francis?
Yes, I'm on 87, and I do 100% agree with Charlotte. It is a beautifully seen, excuse me, view with all the tonal ranges are absolutely gorgeous. And then there is these drones and also the birds. But the birds are actually what put it for me into the silver distinction range. They're on the edge there. They're scared of the drones. It's just so loud with these drones. Even the birds have to escape. And for me, the branches are a very important part of the image because they sort of protect what's left. They're hanging on to this landscape that is influenced by human tourism, I suppose, we can say with the drones. So, it's a very strong image, beautifully seen.
Mike, just quickly.
Just to add to that, it's a war zone. It's edge of frame conflict. All the elements are around the edge. It's working. It's doing everything it's supposed to do in terms of communication, and it has to be a gold.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Charlotte.
I think my job's done for me already. I think everyone's up here at gold with me. And I'd just like to thank Francis for drawing attention to those birds. Yes, there are two birds, and they are both on the edge of the frame, leaving the scene. I think that's a great little additional detail that I missed. So, yes, come to gold with me.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Charlotte, can you just put your score in again, please? Or hit enter? Thank you. Okay, we have 92, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Sorry? It was pretty tight, yeah. Okay. Rightio. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 71. So, can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, when you're doing a landscape like this, give us some detail on the blacks and the whites to make it more interesting. You've just taken it a little bit too far. Just bring it back.
All right, thank you, Mike, for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is silver distinction. And Mike, you'd like to challenge this?
I gave this 92. I just find the subtlety of what's happening with the graphics. It's a background subtlety of movement of trees, movement of colour. There's autumn. There's all sorts of subtle elements that are interwoven with each other, just like the vertical stripes are interwoven. It's like a tapestry. It's
Charlotte, please. Well, there's two of you there.
I was sitting at 82, so a nice solid silver. I'm really glad that we actually got the chance to talk about this, because I will admit that I was struggling to see this and actually see what's going on here. Thanks for providing the clarity as to what's in those strips. I think it has a great sense of movement. I wish that the alignment of the strips felt a little less random and a little less abstract, so I could put a picture together from the whole thing rather than having to take each strip individually. I wanted to see something just a little bit recognisable in there to sort of take it up to a higher level.
Tony?
I'm on 86, and I sort of feel it fits quite comfortably there. Mike, I guess you didn't really have much to say about your score of what you saw there. So, and I think that's the trouble with this type of image, is it feels like you can only take it so far with explaining it. So then it's whether you really believe in it. And I believe in it enough to give it a silver distinction, but probably not enough to go up to a gold at this stage.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Mike.
I was holding back, Tony. I wasn't giving everything out in the first. If you look at the dark tones within this, they are linking up. If you look at the white tones, they are linking up. So initially, when you first look at this, you're just looking at the colours linking up. But when you look, as I say, there is a foreground and a background. The foreground is possibly the colour, because that's what we're reacting to emotionally. But then tonally, we're looking at shades of dark, which gives it depth, shades of light that are bringing things forward as well. And there is a rhythm that's interwoven with it. It's very subtle. This is not an in-your-face image. This is something that you really have to look at, feel, think about. And I think the longer that we look at this, which means the longer I talk, you'll like it more.
Okay, let's re-score, please, judges. Okay, you solidified it. 88 silver distinction. Okay, thank you very much. And that is our last print. We're just waiting for the honours team. Hopefully they're somewhere around to change us over to digital. And we're going to do a Glenn, are you about?
I will be back in 2
Just a reminder to vote for your favourite panel chair assistant, and if anyone needs to know how to spell my name for the Ian pool, it's only one G. All right, thanks.
You've been on for a while.
Charlotte?
Yep, you're in. Yep.
You're in. You're in.
Yep. Mike.
If you're booked in for this.
Okay, we've had a little bit of a shift around. We've changed over to digital. We've just got our judges. We've got made a bit of a change. So we've got Glenn, Mike, Tanya, Charlotte, and Tony on the panel at the moment. Okay, is everybody logged in, ready to go? Okay, looks like it. So, all right. Okay, team, ready to go? First print, please. Or first digital image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer from one of our team? Yep, go Glenn.
Yeah, look, lovely subtle use. The birds are a real gem, and the layering you've got going on, the proportions very nicely handled. Well done.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Glenn. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 86, silver distinction. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Tanya?
Yeah, stunning image. When I looked at this image, I initially thought perhaps that's something I've seen before, but when you go and delve into the image, you see the little, it's like paw prints on the left side, so then it makes you try to wonder what is the proportion of this, how far away are we seeing this from the sky, and then on the right-hand side, it's like the stitching, which is like a pathway that draws you into the image. And it's beautifully captured, lovely tones. Congratulations, love it.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yep, whose hand's that? Yep, Mike.
Overall, the image is well balanced, apart from the foreground, which is just a little bit light and lacking definition. So, darken down your foreground, let the eye go into the image more, and I think it will be a stronger viewing.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Mike. And next image, please. Okay, we're at a score of 72. So can we get a comment for the photographer? Who's down the end there? Yep, go Glenn.
Yeah, the heavy dark foreground doesn't blend very nicely into the layers, into the soft stuff, so it's kind of almost there as a print, but the tonal range is just not quite as rewarding as I'd like it to be.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Glenn. And next image, please. a score of 73. So can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Charlotte.
Yeah, the colours in this are really interesting, and I really enjoy the very limited colour palette. The texture in it is also quite interesting, but then there's a few very sharp lines through the image that take you out of that experience a little. So seeing those lines removed or blended more would help to keep you in enjoying that really highly textured feel.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte, for the comments. And next image, please. We have a score of 85, silver distinction. And a comment for the photographer, please. Tony, Glenn?
Yeah, I thought it was a really nice exploration of layering. Also, the graphics are really strong, and there's a wonderful believability and unbelievably all wrapped up into one successful image.
Okay, thank you for the comment there, Glenn. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 70. Can we have a... go, Tony.
The content in front of you is certainly a magic one to explore and to play around with. We've got that sort of dynamic ribbon of the breaking surf. Just encourage you to play with the technique a little bit more. Try a little bit more and a little bit less in terms of the motion and shutter control, just to see what other kind of results you can get around this.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that, Tony. And we're just going to swap... sorry, Tanya. Yep, if you can have a break. And Janine, come on up. Yeah, sure.
This image would be really strong in black and white.
Okay, thank you for the additional comment there, Mike. Rightio, can we have the next image, please? Currently, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. And Mike, you'd like to challenge this?
I gave this 92. I find this visually really dynamic. It's a visual alchemy. It's taken my eye to a place that it hasn't been before, and being original, even though it's an aerial landscape, it doesn't look like an aerial landscape. It looks like something totally foreign, and that's visually exciting for me. So looking at something that we know what it is, but we can't see it the way we expect to see it, is a challenge, and I think that's what it's done. It's challenged me to go higher.
Tony, I'd like to hear from you after you've had another look. 73.
Look, I was just out of award range, which I think was probably a little bit of a remiss of me. I love the fact that we don't know a sense of scale, and we could be looking at a rust band on a 44-gallon drum, or we could be 2,000 feet in the air. So I do like that, punctuated with the sort of the hot colours and the sort of the dabs. I'm still left without knowing a full sense of purpose of the image. So look, I'm listening to hear what you're describing for me, please.
Okay, and a word from the middle, Charlotte.
I think sometimes images don't need to have a story or a purpose behind them. I just was really instantly drawn into this just for the visual beauty of it. Those little cooler coloured bluish sort of areas within the deeper reds and oranges are just like little gemstones that you've found, and you can go hunting through the image for them. The wispy textures on the edge and the textures on the edge really just give a beautiful frame to that intensity of the centre. I'm sitting on 86. I'm pretty sure I'm going to come up to probably 92 on this one.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yep. Just quickly.
Very quickly, I'm on 85 and will probably come up a little bit. But one thing I just wanted to highlight was actually that the whole business end of the image is actually sitting on this beautiful sort of background of pink and grey, which is always a cool combination.
Okay, and Mike, back to you.
Yeah, there's a real three-dimension that's been created by these little gemstones in the foreground. They are sitting almost in another universe within this image. Your description of the background has made me like it even more, because the background's quite a different level, quite another communication. And then you get into this really exciting colour explosion in the foreground. If you look at graphically, this is beautifully composed just as shapes within the page as well. So there's a lot of elements going on here that are all coming together and giving us something that, as Tony said, we're not quite sure what we're looking at. And isn't that one of the visual challenges that we should have? And I think it works because of all these questions it's asking, not the answers that we're not being given.
Okay, thank you, judges. Can we rescore, please? Okay, 90, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer, and thank you to the judges. Can we have the next print image, please? Okay, we're a score of 86, silver distinction. Okay, can we get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Glenn?
Just a great example of ambiguity. You know, I can see so much and then I look again, I see the complete opposite and I don't get the answer, and I love that fact. Well done.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Glenn. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Mike, yep, you'd like to challenge that?
I gave this an 80. I actually really like the explosion that's happening. It's almost like quantilism, pointillism, where things are vibrating off each other, and that's what it's doing to me looking at it. I'm getting this vibration from this tree, and I think it's working because of the technique that's being applied. So having an appropriate technique can make an image sing higher than what you would expect, and I think it does.
Tony?
Look, I've seen that, Mike. The effect is the pet ventosa, and it's quite a, to pull it off properly, there's quite a sort of a process to get that around a central point, which I'm not seeing for this technique. So I'd expect for that to be used, the tree trunk should be solid if you're going to employ that technique at a professional level at awards.
Okay. Charlotte? Yep.
I was actually on 78 for this one, so pretty solid bronze. I really enjoyed the technique. Not that I know a lot about the technicalities of how it's supposed to be executed, but I did find that the same texture is across the whole image, and I really wanted to see a little bit of difference somewhere. So somewhere to rest my eye, some sort of point, something unexpected to take me up into that silver range. But yeah, I'm listening for sure.
Okay, any other thoughts? I'll be back to you, Mike.
Yeah, look, I hear you all, and I think the level that you're judging this on is slightly lower than what I am.
Okay, let's rescore. All right, you snuck it up 76, bronze award. Okay. Thank you, team. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 84, silver award. Janine, yep, you'd like to challenge it?
So I gave this image an 87, so that's not a huge leap, but I considered just when I viewed it, I thought the trees looked like sort of long-limbed ladies, and then there are a bunch of long-limbed birds sitting in the trees, so I quite like that. I love the texture of the snow coming down. It is clearly really doing its bundle. And I just really, really well observed, and I did enjoy that combination of the shape of the trees, the shape of the birds. Welcome, judges' thoughts.
Charlotte, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I scored this 81, which is a silver. I also enjoyed the things that you have mentioned there. I really enjoy the graphical nature of the top with the birds and the trees and the way it's all intertwined, the positions of the bird on the branches. The trees, I feel, pull you down to the base of them. And then when you get down there, I'm just a little disappointed in the lack of sharpness and clarity that matches the top of the image. I feel like there may have been some objects in between the camera and the scene that were creating a little bit of blur down the bottom there. And I just really wanted to see that continued throughout the image. I'm listening though.
Mike?
Yeah, I gave this 86. I'm with you, Janine. There's a couple of things in here that really captured me. One of the softness you're talking about, Charlotte, is the snow falling, and it's happening all through the image subtly. It's really subtle. But what's most important for me is the conversation that the trees are having with each other. And I just find that really quite dynamic.
Tony, you had something to say?
No one's actually mentioned it's the first ever live view on a awards judging. Just kidding.
Okay. And so back to you, Janine.
There's one in every crowd, eh? Yes, there are many textures of snow, and this is a good one. And thank you, Mike, for backing this one up on that. And I think the trees having a conversation with each other is perfect. And I felt that the trees were strong enough in themselves before I actually had a good look at close look at the birds and the sort of species that they were, which was almost like a curved-beak tropical variety, which I thought was interesting too in this sort of weather conditions. So, I'm on 87. I actually really think, I'm glad we've had a conversation about this, and I think this image definitely deserves a silver distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, nice work. 86, silver distinction. Alrighty, thank you for that, judges. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy. Can we do a small change, please, of our judges? Mike, you can have a break. Tony's coming in. And Janine, you can have a break. And Kay's coming in. Oh, no, sorry, Charlotte. Sorry, Charlotte. Charlotte, yep. Okay. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Janine, yeah?
So yes, it is a challenge. Yeah, yay. So this is a big day for me with looking for ladies in dresses and images. So I gave this image an 86 because I felt like it's got these beautiful feminine tones to it, the soft pinks and blues, and then in the middle there is a lady with dark hair and then the dress down the bottom. Now, I'm not given to seeing these things easily in landscapes, but I felt that this one was really beautifully obvious and well executed. So I'd be interested to hear other judges' thoughts though, because their impressions may be different to mine.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 76. Way too low, so I'll be coming up into the silvers. Not sure if I'll get to a distinction with that. What I do find is the image sort of is split through the middle, with the top half being a lot stronger than the bottom. So I'm sort of finding that sort of divide a little bit divisive in my head at the moment. But I have definitely underscored this, and I'll be coming up and I'll be listening to the other judges.
Glenn, you obviously liked it.
Yeah, I was up there in 87 as well. I would have challenged. Look, the Medusa headdress is fantastic. It goes with the woman and her dress. I'm not sure what she's carrying in those two pails, but it is all there. I would rapidly encourage you all to come on up to a silver with distinction. I think the colour palette is sublime. It doesn't bother me the busyness of that, the lower half of the image. I think once you put it into an imagined context, it seems to work quite well.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Janine.
Thank you very much, Glenn Howie. I actually think that top half, that division, it's part of the costume in like a headdress or a fan or something like that behind the lady's head. So I'm fairly happy that this image should be looking at silver distinction if you feel you can give it some more points.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 86, silver distinction. Okay, thank you very much, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Glenn.
Look, I thought the idea was really good. The way the organic shapes flow into that torso is really nice, but there's a real jarring between the quality of the top and the bottom half of the image. The way it's blended, it just doesn't feel believable or real. So the idea is great, but the finessing's not quite there.
Okay, thank you for the comments there. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Tony, you'd like to challenge?
Look, 81, I just think we need to just dwell on this slightly longer. Not to push too hard, but just to realise what's gone on to this image in terms of an astro and a sort of a sky tracked type image. That Milky Way is not a single capture. That's been done through possibly filtration, but also multiple captures. And obviously to get the time of day with the rocks and the likes there, this is not really an accident. So I think the photographer just needs a little bit more credit for us to understand that as a landscape shot, a little bit more has gone into this to get this as a technical capture more than what we're just seeing visually alone.
Okay, who's at the other end? Tony Carter.
Yeah, I scored the image 76, and a lot of that was for the composition and what Tony just explained. But I sort of feel like the exposures haven't been really pulled together to make it feel more believable. So maybe that's just more in the craft of finishing a little bit like that. So, but I still thought it was well worthy of a bronze. Yes, and I think it still just sits comfortably for me there at the moment.
Janine, thoughts from the middle?
Look, I agree with everything that's been said, but I felt like there was perhaps a little bit of an opportunity missed with that beautiful sculptural tree. There is quite a lot going on here, but that, I think, could have been a real hook for us to really lean into. So, yeah, that's my thoughts.
Okay, might be back to you, Tony.
Yeah, no, I mean, you'll get it or you don't, so I'm not going to push too hard. But Tony, if that was just a night sky capture, it'll be black. So there is actually... They've actually done what you've actually asked, but more than what you think. So I think full credit for that. And to get the alignment and the timing, that's been extremely deliberate and watched and timed and planned. So that's where I'm getting at to try and get this into silver.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Now you've brought it up to a 79, which is a review. So let me just push the button, and then we need a 79 or 80 out of our judges, please. Okay, just waiting on you. Yep. Okay, 79, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73. Can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Kay.
Yeah, I really enjoy the Hockney-esque type approach the photographer's taken to the image. I feel there are some artifacts within the image that possibly shouldn't be there, that need to be a little bit cleaned up, just in terms of the bottom half is really nice and clean in contrast to the elements, whereas at the top there are some lines that possibly shouldn't have been there. Also maybe think about the colour choice. I think it's got quite a green cast to it, which could be improved through changing.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Kay. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 84, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the... Yeah, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, what a location. I mean, that's absolutely glorious, and that should be part of the equation in this category. I just wish the post-production, which is just a tweak too heavy, I would have loved to have pushed it higher, but the highlights are a bit lost, and it just, the heaviness of the post-production takes away from the natural beauty.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Glenn. And we're just going to make a last little change for the last run-in. And so, Glenn, you can take a break. Rachel, come on in. Okay, and if we can have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Tony?
I went 91 gold on this for the fact we've got a fairly iconic location that's been described in an extremely new way. I've not seen this before, but not just new. It's actually visually fascinating. You've got this of the circuit, almost Fibonacci sort of spiraling of this tree that almost looks like you're looking up as opposed to looking through. And you've got this sense of scale, which the bridge is sort of dwarfed against this massive part of nature, which I think in itself is quite a fascinating study, given the fact that it's been reduced down into very simple tones in black and white. So I'm asking to reconsider. I'm at 91.
Rachel, thoughts from the other end?
Yeah, I scored this 82. For the same reasons as you, Tony. For me, to get it into gold, I'm really struggling with the grittiness or the grain that's introduced by the lightening of the trunk that's spiraling around on the right. It's sort of, yeah, I'm struggling with the loss of detail to get me into gold. I might go higher in silver, but yeah.
Okay, from the middle.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the juxtaposition that the photographers brought to the scene in terms of this iconic subject being the bridge is being overridden by nature, and they have emphasised the tree to do that very thing. The translucent nature of the leaves against the light and everything like that are just, I think, have been handled really well. I enjoy that light on the trunk because it actually leads your eye up and around. It helps you take your eye around the image. I'm on 86. I could be tempted to come up, Tony, if you've got something else to persuade me with, but I'm really, really enjoying this image, and I love that it's in black and white.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yep, Tony Carter.
Just very quick, I'm on 82, and I think the composition, everything like that's beautiful, but that file is not good. So it's not gold for me. I'll be staying in the silvers.
Okay, Tony Stewart, back to you.
It might be a hard push to get into gold, but certainly I think you need to be a little bit more considerate than what you're being at the moment. So, Rach, you talked about loss of detail on the trunk. I'm seeing texture, but I'm not saying that the trunk itself is actually losing details. So personally, I'm struggling to sort of see that that's a negative from that one. But Kay, your description I think is actually better than mine, so I'll give you full credit for actually describing what I was going to say, which was that being overridden by nature. And you've got this, all those elements you described, it's actually my summing up, so I actually think you've done that for me.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Alrighty, 85, silver distinction. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 68. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Janine? Yep.
Look, this is perhaps the right sort of subject to consider this type of technique. This technique takes practice, and I really encourage the photographer to just keep trying different shutter speeds, different settings, to just really nail the technique and finding interesting subjects as well. So just keep going, keep persevering, and it can take time to get it right, but just keep going.
Okay, thank you, Janine. And our last judge change will be Tony. You can take a break, and Francis, if you can come in. Oh, sorry, you. Yeah. Sorry, Tony Stewart. Okay, and if we can have next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Francis, you'd like to challenge?
Yes, I put that in the 82. There's absolutely beautiful tonal range going all the way from the beginning to the back. The textures are really gorgeous. I just like to sort of wander through the image, and I rewarded it in the silver range for the beautiful, calm feeling that this image shows us and makes us feel.
Rachel, you're at the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I scored this 71. There's a sort of, I feel like part of it would be really, really exciting, but as an entire image, that expanse in the middle, there's not enough there to really excite me or hold me, and there's a sort of flatness to the tones. The colours in there are really subtle and beautiful, but the light is just, a little bit flat. But I'm listening.
Janine?
I'm in support of this image, Francis. I scored at 84. So what it felt like an image that you could give a title to it about roads not travelled, etc., and heading into theoretical hills. But one of the things that I really did enjoy about it, it has got 3 distinct areas, so it's a bit like a triptych of different textures, all within the same frame, and so that is why I rewarded it with 84.
Okay, any other thoughts? Doesn't look like it. Okay, back to you, Francis.
Yes, thank you, Janine. That's to being in support of that. The 3 levels you mentioned is what works really well for me in this image as well, because I feel really strolling through that landscape and that little pass in the beginning, and then you sometimes look in this open space. This might be sort of wintry colours, and you said, should I go any further? And there's the space in between where there's not much there, but then you look beyond that, and you really want to go there. You want to explore what's there. So the leading line makes me want to step into that image, into that landscape, and I just found it a very calming, beautiful feel that I get looking at this image, and undertones work really, really well and support that very nicely. So have another look, see how you feel about looking, standing in front of this image. Imagine yourself in the landscape and see if you can come up a few points, and join me in the silver range.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 76, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for your conversations there, judges. And can we have the next image, please? Sorry, I'll do that again. My mic was off. We've got a score of 73. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Tony.
I think this feels really quite fascinating when you look at it, and you look at the composition and the subject matter and those colours, but trying to make some sense of it is quite hard when you're sort of being directed with these colours. But just keep exploring, because it's a fantastic concept and quite beautifully handled.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tony. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. But Tony would like to have a word.
Yeah, I'm on 93 for this image. That the abstract nature of this and the colours are just so vibrant, and it's one of those images where you just keep rolling around and looking at different areas, and it doesn't disappoint. You know, that splash of red at the top. I know Janine is just going to create a fantastic story with this. She's writing furiously, and I can hear what's coming already. But yeah, truly, I think the fine details of this, the abstract nature, it feels like something that's very fine art and hard to put words to, but that the colour saturation all over the place. This has been done by somebody who really has an experimental mind and knows what they're doing with their craft as well. And I think it's fantastic, and I've scored it 93 for those reasons.
We need to hear from Janine anyway, 'cause she's at the other end of the scoring. Oh.
Sorry, Tony. I'm actually struggling with the story. So yes, I was on 80, and I saw so many cool elements. I thought the line underneath the red thing, for want of a better word, it looked like a backbone or a spine. So I was sort of all over that. But then I started to get really lost. There was it was a little bit overwhelming. It felt like there'd been a lot of work go on here. I was a bit distracted by the dark spot to the left-hand side of the red thing, and so I'm actually really keen to have a conversation about this one, just to help me out a little.
Okay, a comment from the middle.
Yeah, I'm on 86. I'm still looking to come up, Tony. Yeah, the spine, skeletal aspects, stepping stones, fireworks with the spark coming out the top. I don't think it matters. I actually think it's just a beautiful piece of art, and it could be actually sit horizontally or vertically. There's saturated colours, there's subtle tones of colours, muted pastel-y tones. I think it all works beautifully. So yeah, I'm looking to come up, Tony, with you.
Rachel?
I'm on 86 as well. I put it there. I'm really enjoying the sort of stained glass feel of the lines and the divisions and the tones. But I put it into silver distinction because I really enjoyed the expression on the worm's face when it got squashed in that little red patch. Yeah, I'm listening, Tony. I'll probably come up.
Anything else to add? No? Okay. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, so just quickly, or maybe not so quickly, I think that that I felt like that spine thing as well. That's what I felt with the vertebrae, and the red sort of gives that inflamed feel, as does some of the other areas, but also feels like a part of a road map or something like that. So there's lots of different things going on, and it's one of those images that you can't really explain. But I think it's just visually interesting, and we're also looking at it in this form in digital without any room or breathing room around it. So I think if it had more breathing room around it, so if you can just imagine that it has its own space like that, then I think a lot of these things would make more sense visually. But looking at the image, I think it's very good, and it's been done to a very high standard, and you can get so many little metaphors going in there if you choose to. So if you can, join me at 93 or somewhere around there.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $90, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges, for your insightful input. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Yep, okay. Sorry, Kay, put your hand up there. Yep.
Beautiful capture of the aurora. What I would have liked to have seen in the image is some of that reflection in the water, and allowing a little bit more foreground to lead you into the scene and see that beautiful colours also reflecting in there, which would just liven up the bottom half of the image a little bit.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Kay. Alrighty, and that is us. Okay, so a big thank you to Splendid Photo for sponsoring the category and Canon for sponsoring the awards. Can I remind the judges not to disappear because we need you for finals judging? Oh, we've got the finals judges already. Okay, so Rachel, both the Tonys, Tania and Glenn are required for the judging, or finals judging. Big thank you to all the audience here in the auditorium and out online. Thank you to everybody out the back helping out, and the honours team. Big thank you to you all. Okay. The end. Good.
You need to get your tags.
You'll get your water, won't you?
It's yours, Rachel Smith.
You'll need Tony's and Glenn's, they might have already gone to finals.
Glenn, Charlotte,
Jeez, that's
Kay,
super efficient
Mike,
doing this.
Tony's, and we're done.
Thank you.
Don't forget your water. Oh, yes.
Right. Is this your book, or did this stay here?
Just there. Just there. It's going to live here.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I'm in reserve for nature. I think.
Are they
So does that
Finals
mean?
desk.
It's just a general question.
Yeah.
Does that mean I need to be in the room at all times, or can I just be in the building?
No,
if I'm
it's in the
reserve?
building because you'll be.
Are you on the WhatsApp app? WhatsApp thing? Yeah. Yeah. So you should be able. They should be able to call you.
Okay, so just stay in the building and be on call if needed, but not in the room.
Yeah, I think so. Someone needs a break or anything.
Yeah, that's all right. Sorry, what did you say?
If anyone needs a break, I think is what they're there for. You know.
All right.
But I made it all the way through. Didn't have to go for a toilet break. Now I better drink some water.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How long would you like me to keep this stream going for until we switch over to the new one? Do you
Oh,
know that? Are you more just this?
Yeah, we're
section?
just this. So
Okay, cool. No worries.
honest-
That's all good.
Hey, there was reports number 4 laptop possibly was giving shocks, but we don't know in the microphone. But actually, the person that was also giving them shocks, little shocks. But
The computer or the mic?
Mike, I think both. But then the person who said that also gave me a shock coming over to give me the
Yeah, thank you. No, it's pretty easy once you get going.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, got the break from before, but then it was like.
I mean, like, everyone's relaxed. Yeah. So, I mean, like, if something goes screwy.
Nobody, no,